Good morning. Good morning. Busile, shall we start with our meeting? Let me greet everyone present this morning and acknowledge the presence of Her Worship, Mayor Warena, Executive Mayor Mamidou Pitefo, ki acknowledge our speaker, and let me say protocol observed. Shall we all bow our heads and meditate ourselves with a silent prayer? Amen. The meeting is officially opened. I'm going to ask our speaker, Ntate Masekapiedi, to welcome us.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Councillor Mtata. I take my greetings to the Executive Mayor of Cape District Municipality, Your Worship, Councillor Mamidou Pitefo, as well as the members of Mayoral Committee present here, the Chairperson of the District, Mpac, Councillor Maputi, Lisbeth Mutata, members of Mpac attendance here, members of Mpac from Lepalale and Tabazimbi, Municipality, Municipal Manager, Datera Makunto and Slepe, greetings to you as well, and the team of Executive Management, Mpac support staff and other officials. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Goeiemorgen, Abshen, Sanbonan. It is indeed great honor to be part of this important session of Mpac, public hearing for the third quarter of the current financials. As the custodians of good governance and public participation, I just want to emphasize some of the added functions of the Speaker in terms of Amended Structures Act. That the Speaker must ensure that the legislative authority of municipality functions effectively, that the Speaker is responsible for the effective oversight over the executive authority of the municipality, and lastly, must ensure the effectiveness of the committees of municipal council established in terms of Section 79. The Act emphasizes the cordial relationship that the office of the Speaker should have with the municipal way, its independence on the performance of the oversight work. And the Act further outlines that the reports of the Mpac must be submitted to the Speaker, who must table such reports in the meeting of the Municipal Council. Let us work together to deepen oversight. I'm just emphasizing this, fellow councillors and visitors, that there's no confusion in terms of the laws and the regulations of the country. Chairperson, this public hearing therefore attests to independence of the committee in the performance of oversight work by holding the executive accountable on behalf of council on implementation of the IDP and budget, as well as the SDBIP. Lastly, I would like to thank Mpac collectively under the leadership of the Chairperson, Councillor Mutata, for having convened this public hearing, assess progress on the work of the executive and administration of this municipality. With these words, I would like to say you are all welcome to the home of excellence and opportunities for a better life. And without concluding, you, Councillor Kalanga from Tabazimbi, and your team are really, really welcomed, and we really appreciate your presence in the sitting of this Mpac. Le Palale coordinator, we are told there's a breakdown of one of the leaders who was supposed to join us in this important sitting. But I hope we learn from each other, as we always emphasize that it's not about who's good, better than who. We are working together as a team and as a municipalities to make sure that we have effective oversight roles that for all of us, and together we can do more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for welcoming us with our visitors. I'm also saying feel free to engage the municipal issues, all of us who are here, so that we take our municipality somewhere. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Our visitors, with due respect, shall you stand up and bow for the CDM so that our executive mayor can also see you very well? Re-a-leboha. Introductions. I'm Councillor Mutata Maputi, the chairperson of Mpac.
Okay, good morning. My name is Lesufi, Lina, Mpac researcher.
MMC Councillor Masora, MMC for DPEMS, Polokwane District Municipality.
Good morning, Acting Executive Manager DPEMS, Ellen Mashakwe.
Good morning, Tiro Pilusa, Acting CFO. Tawela, MMC Solomon Matlachi, responsible for strategic executive management services.
Good morning. My name is Ramakundwan Slepe, Municipal Manager. Thank you.
Members of Mpac, my name is Councillor Mamidu Pite for Executive Mayor.
Good morning. My name is Jabu Malika, Mpac Coordinator. Thank you.
Councillor Mutola, Mpac CDM.
Good morning, Councillor Moloto, Mpac CDM.
Morning, Councillor Hamesi, Mpac CDM.
Morning, Councillor Pakamura, CDM.
Morning, Councillor Makura, MMC, Sports Arts and Culture, CDM.
Morning, Machara Juniors, Executive Manager, Community Services.
Morning, Councillor Ratlana, MMC for Community Service, Capricorn. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Dichenis Kauli, Executive Manager, Infrastructure Services, CDM.
All right, Nabi Murifi, Manager Corporate Services, CDM. Good morning.
Morning, Councillor Masikwame, Mpac member, CDM.
Ralocha, Councillor Mabote, Mpac member.
Good morning, Councillor Piedi, Mpac member, CDM.
Good morning, Marcela Jack Ramacholo, Chief Risk Officer, CDM.
Good morning, Situla Ramabu, the Acting Executive Manager, SEMS, CDM.
Good morning, Puti Maliga from Office of the Executive Mayor.
Good morning, Mahato Machawa, Chairperson, Sports, Arts and Culture Portfolio.
Good morning, Councillor Pugube Dorothy, Chairperson, SEMS, CDM. Thanks.
Good morning, Councillor Sibulayshi Masamula, Chairperson, Infrastructure.
Tobela, Councillor Granny Malebana, Omua Portfolio ya Infrastructure, Wana Mo CDM.
Good morning, LCCMA from Lepala Municipality, Mpac Coordinator.
Good morning, Ebden Morema, Tawazimbi, Mpac Researcher.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Theo Kalunga, Mpac Chairperson, Tawazimbi Local Municipality. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Maxwell Mahedze, Councillor at Tawazimbi Local Municipality, Mpac member.
Dumelang, ke Councillor Sesoma from Tawazimbi, Mpac member. Thank you.
Alex Musoto from.
Good morning, Councillor Marakalala Grace from Lepala Municipality. Speaker, thank you.
Good morning, Mwepe Nora, Committee Coordinator, CDM. Thank you.
Raleboa, ukari refeleti. Any apology?
Oh, sorry, Chairperson. Renali apology, Councillor Moke. She's not well.
Yeah. Thank you very much. From the Mayoral Committee, we do have an apology from the MMC for Infrastructure. There has been an urgent meeting by the traditional leadership because of some water challenges which has the potential to disrupt services that side, and MMC Slamulela is writing. Oh, I'm told MMC Ramukolo is not well also. And then MMC Makura, she has a death case. She is here. She will be leaving us very soon. Thank you very much.
Ralewa, Executive Mayor. Shall we carry on with our meeting? Are apologies accepted? Mpac members?
Chairperson, apology accepted.
Thank you, Councillor Mloto, Mpac member. Any seconder? Councillor Hamese?
Thanks, Chairperson. Seconded.
Thank you for accepting apologies. The Speaker? Only one of us who are joining from Lepalale. The Speaker. I don't know.
I'm here, Chairperson.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Mpac. As Speaker for the Palale, you find us almost at the beginning of the program. You are really welcomed. We have been told that you'll be part of us. We appreciate that you managed to make it to Capricorn District Municipality. You can also help yourself. What is Capricorn District Municipality right here? You'll understand it better. So you are welcome. You're welcome, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks.
Ralebua. Let's go straight to item number 4, questions and responses. Infrastructure services, question 1, infra 15. The department failed to meet the set target of 75% expenditure on MIG, where only 57.08 was achieved, which resulted in the municipality losing 22 million. During the public hearing held on the 3rd March 2023, an assurance hopes were raised as it was reported that the municipality will be able to spend 100% of the MIG by the end of June 2023, provided that the communities do not stop the projects. There are 3 projects where 2 contractors have been appointed to fast-track the implementation of service delivery. That is at Grootpan, Sias, Ramaswikana, Longden, Mamaleka Water Supply, Kromhoek, Ramagato, De Vriete, Daibosch, Newstens Water Supply, and Inveren Water Supply. First question, what was the root cause for failing to reach 75% MIG expenditure? Question number B, what are the implications for losing the monies and how will this affect the audit opinion? My last question, which is number C, what are the plans in place to ensure that the municipality is not returning additional funds to National Treasury at the end of the financial year? EM.
Thank you very much, the Chairperson of Mpac. Good morning to the Speaker of Capricorn District, Councillor Masaka Piedi, the Chief Whip, members of Mayoral Committee, and good morning to Mpac members of Capricorn District Municipality. Let me also take this opportunity to greet the Speaker of Lephalale Municipality and also the Chairperson of Mpac of Thabazimbi Municipality, together with the delegations from the 2 municipalities. You are warmly welcome here at the Capricorn District Municipality, the home of excellence and also opportunities for better life. We are so grateful to have you here. We're hoping that also we will be visiting your municipality to also learn some of the best practices that you are doing that site. And administration also is led by the municipal manager and everyone who is here, and also those who might be viewing this session through social media platforms, and Section 79 chairpersons who are amongst our midst, and all support staff. Good morning. And thank you very much for the questions which have been brought forward by the Mpac chairperson. Well, in terms of responding to question number 1, I must also indicate that we are all aware that the procurement process started late in June due to the moratorium for National Treasury, and as a result, contractors were only handed sites by the 22 November 2022, and all contractors are now on site and also catching up with lost time in Q4. Well, the implications in terms of audit is that well, the implication is that internal funding is needed to counterfund the rate, stopping contractors who are on site, and also budget adjustment was done and approved by council. And in responding to the question of how this can impact on the audit report, as opinion, I can just respond to members of Mpac to indicate that the audit opinion might not be affected, or it's not going to be affected, but however, this might be an emphasis of matter in the audit report. The AG can raise it. As you are all aware, the audit committee has also raised the concern that money has been taken back. And in responding to question C, which indicated do we have plans in place to ensure that this does not happen during this financial year and in the future. For this financial year, we are indicating that additional 4 contractors have been appointed for Grootpen, Sias, Ramaswikan, and Longeden water supply, making it a total of 6 contractors on site. I must also indicate that for Groomhoek, Makhato, we have 2 contractors on site. And as you are all aware, our projects are multi-year. And for the Frede Taibosh, we also have 2 contractors on site. And for Enveran water supply, we do also have 2 contractors on site. All these contractors are busy with construction, even though we encounter some challenges to labor dispute and also community challenges. However, the challenges are resolved as and when we encounter them. And then I must also indicate that to date, we're anticipating that the municipality will still continue to spend 100% of the MIG budget by the end of June 2023. And for future, the MMC is not here because she's also going to deal with another matter which has the potential to stop the project in Ramatabata. Thank you very much.
Realebua, Her Worship Executive Mayor, any follow-up from Mpac members? Councillor Masukame, Councillor Mabote, Councillor Piedi, next one. Councillor Mutulla will also follow.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and greetings to all protocol observed. My question is on, my follow-up question is on C, the answer for C. I just want to check, as we are nearing the end of the financial year, or how many percentage as of now, as we are speaking, because we're left with few days to end this financial year. And one other thing is, we are indicating that the project encounter challenges of stoppages by communities and those you have just alluded. I just want to know what is the role of the ISD if we encounter such things, because as the Mpac, when we visit the project, is we found this thing recurring, the issue of the stoppages, What is the use of the ISD? Thanks.
In that sequence,
e re ke go leboga modulasetulo ba mpušitšeditše tše dingwe bo councillor Masukameng. But I wanted to check with the executive mayor the interlocking of her answers in A and in C. She's saying in answer A that there's a catching up with the loss of time in Q4. And then in C, we can see that there's a labor dispute and community challenges. And she's also assuring us that by the end of June 2023, we will reach 100%. So I wanted the executive mayor to assure us in this public hearing that indeed by the end of June 2023, we are going to reach 100% MIG spending, because we don't want to lose another money to treasury. If she can assure us on that one, I think we will be happy as Mpac. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pedi.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Greetings once more to your good self, the Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor, the Whip of Council, and the management led by Mr. Ramakuntwan. Slap, thanks. And my colleagues. I wanted to check, because I'm seeing on A, the response is speaking of late in June, that the procurement process started late in June. I want to understand exactly on which date did the procurement process start. And I also want to check for the financial year 2022-2023, the turnaround time for the appointments. Also for the coming financial year, I want to check as to whether the procurement process has started or what, or not. And also adding on the issue of questions of ISDs, I want to check, because we're encountering challenges when we are doing oversight as Mpac. I want to check as to what is it that the executive management is doing to ensure that the work of the ISDs has got impacts when it comes to communities. Thanks very much, Chair.
Councillor Mutula.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the executive mayor and the accounting officer, together with their teams, and our fellow councillors and our guests from other municipalities, Tabazimbi and Lepalan. Now, the first one, I think my colleague just asked it, of procurement processes and the turnaround. Particularly, I'm referring to question A, the procurement process and the turnaround, if you assist us on that one. Now, on B, executive mayor, we asked about the implication, and I'm just going to read your answer there. You are saying the implication is that the internal funding, already you are not answering the question that we're asking you of the implication. We're not saying the intervention. We're saying, if let's go to the question. The question says, what are the implications for losing the money? So you must tell us the implication. So you are not telling us the implication. You are telling us that the intervention, that there is a internal funding that we are going to take, and then Latiba Mola. We don't want that. We want to understand that us losing the money, what are the implications? So, for example, if you lose your phone, what are the implications? We can't get hold of you, and people can't get hold of you. You can't make calls and so forth. Those are the implications of losing a phone. Now, what are the implications of losing the money? So I think the question is not answered, because you are giving us an intervention. So can you please assist us on that, B? Thank you very much.
Ralewa Councillor Mutula. ring ba isuche re grade karabo ja mathomo re no re welcomang ba ba sa tjong go tsena ke bona ka re bo chief ba ba around or ke bone aba okay ngele ba
I agree with you, Chair. Chief Whip has been with us since the beginning of the session. The only problem is that he's on the far flank or far right. You may not see him when we were doing the welcome. We thought he's no longer around. You're also welcome, Whip of the Council, Chief Whip Malebana. Thank you very much, Doctor. I think they must know that we have got a doctor amongst us. Thanks so much.
basically ba bone ba dutse doctor ba khuti worship le ka araba tse di leng gona.
Thank you very much once again for the opportunity, the chairperson of Mpac. The first question was straightforward. How much is the expenditure to date? I can confirm that expenditure to date is 79.4%. And I think by this week we will be around almost 90% because there are certificates which are already circulating. And in terms of the role of ISD, the role of ISD is basically to facilitate between communities and our councillors and also our contractors, and also make the environment more conducive in order for our contractors to be able to effectively operate at the level of communities. And part of their role also is to support councillors at that level in terms of appointment of project steering committee and in terms of facilitating, trying to resolve challenges which might arise between communities themselves, because part of the disruption are not necessarily caused from our side. We understand that unemployment is very high in our communities. Part of our challenges is the communities themselves, all of them wanting to work in a certain project. And part of the challenges also which are delaying our project is that issue of 30% of the so-called business forums within the communities. So to be honest, they are doing their level best, but also councillors themselves must ensure they are able to try and explain to communities and resolve issues at community level. But their role is basically to then support our councillors on the ground, and also where necessary and support to project steering committees. Thank you. And I think I've answered the first questions, and the second question was, of course, in terms of the confirmation to indicate if we will be spending the amount 100% on MIG. We are doing our level best to ensure that we indeed spend the remaining amount of MIG, and we are continuously monitoring all our projects to ensure that where we are experiencing those type of challenges, the projects continues. But I must acknowledge that some of the challenges are within our control because they are as a result of community disruptions. Though we are trying our level best to ensure that we also go down to the communities and try to explain and try to understand what is it that they are fighting about. But we can confirm that we will be able to spend the entire amount, on which date the procurement process that, well, tenders were advertised in July, and the specification started, the specification process also started around that time, July. And then the other question was, what is the executive management doing to ensure that ISD, is it ISD or CSD? ISD. ISD's work make impact at a community level. I think through the executive manager, and during their executive management, that's where they would then report challenges which are faced at that level by ISD, where they are able to then also assist. But the people who would then ensure that they are able to effectively do their work is ward councillors, because they work closely with ward councillors. And ward councillors themselves are the ones who have been elected by communities. So where we are experiencing more challenges is particularly where ward councillors are not even calling community meetings. And the other question which was asked, I think on issues of delays in terms of appointment, we've already indicated that for this challenge to not happen in future, we will be having demand management plan, which will serve in both the portfolio committee of infrastructure and portfolio committee of finance. Now, demand management plan is something which shows you a project, and in that column there is also a column which shows where the project is. If the project is stuck at a specification, we are able to tell that, you know, this project was supposed to be advertised, or this project was supposed to have been appointed, but we are still stuck at this level. So that is another form of trying to track and also monitor our project that we are going to implement in the next financial year. We've already spoken that we will be embarking on forward planning, but I must also indicate that all our MIG projects, contractors have been appointed, and we know that our projects are multi-year. So it means that we're no longer going to advertise, because already contractors have been appointed. So as soon as the money gets in, contractors will then be working, and then we will be able to then proceed with our project. And in terms of water service infrastructure grant, we know that we have a panel of contractors who have been appointed, wherein that will also then allow us to be able to then spend. And also what we need just to do is that we just need also to track and monitor our projects to ensure that indeed our projects are moving. And I must also indicate that another standing item in the mayoral committee is progress on a WISIC project. In every mayoral committee meeting, that's where we're also able to track this is where this project is, this is where the project is. Perhaps we must also do the same in relation to MIG projects, where we'll have a standing item which speaks to progress on projects of MIG. Yes, the implications are there. The implications, Councillor Motola, are that money was taken, 22 million, which also affected our budget, which also affected our scope of work. And in trying to try to then ensure that this does not negatively affect service delivery, that's where we had to then counter co-fund the 22 million so that the scope of work is not affected. But yes, indeed, if we did not have another source of funding that we co-funded this amount, it means we are going to reduce the scope of work, which will then affect negatively service delivery. I'm not sure if I've managed to respond to all the questions, but I think so far I've managed to then respond to all the questions which were raised by members. But I must also indicate that this is a lesson that we learned the hard way. It was not our wish that we return money, particularly this amount of money, 22 million. But you must also, Mpac must also appreciate that we got additional 50 million of WISIC grant. Thank you very much. That was on a lighter note.
Is there anything, Mpac members? Badi Arabile Kamuka. Councillor Mutul.
Okay. Thanks, Chairperson. So now we agree that there were implications. We agree, right? Yeah, that's what I wanted us, so that we be on the same page, that there are implications, because even the internal fund that we are talking about, even if we're going to take it already, maybe we were having plans with that internal funding. So that's why we were asking to say the implications that can cause. But as long as we agree, then I'm fine, Chairperson. Thanks.
Rale wa Councillor Mutulla. Re ka tswela pele Mpac members di le bona o ka re ba di arabile. Okay. Iska ba e norm ya hore ngemasheleng a phela a boela morao. Ra lebo. Ka tse di tseneng di tseno tse le tsona re betha matso. Next question, Councillor Murwa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Speaker of Council, the Executive Mayor, and the Chief Whip, and the MMCs, fellow councillors, and our guests that are here today, and the management led by our municipal manager, and all protocol observed. We are Chairperson on question 2, Infra 03, Infra 25, Infra 30, and Infra 40. The background and the question there is that with the assessment of the report, targets are being revised to lower level and to lower level, and at end of the quarter, those targets are being overachieved more than the initial targets. The question there is that which assessment tool has been used to guide the executive and management to revise the target to lower levels? Thank you.
Raleboa, EM.
Once again, the Chairperson of Mpac and also Councillor Mura for the question. Well, the tool used was the assessment of availability of budget and also the required maintenance. The budget for the program was already exhausted, whereas there were still breakdowns arising and the budget adjustment could not cover all the required maintenance. That is as far as Infra 03 is concerned, and in terms of Infra 25, Infra 30 and 40, the annual targets for these projects were not revised to lower level, but revised up to align with additional funds added during the budget adjustment. And overachievement of quarterly targets dependent on performance of contractors on the ground, as well as conducive working environment. That is what we were speaking of. If there are no disruptions, and then the overachievement would then be realized. Thank you very much.
Ralewa EM, any follow-up? Councillor Mutulla, Councillor Mabota.
You know, Chairperson, I don't know if the EM, or maybe this morning they didn't have a briefing as the executives. Because what she's reading now, if you read it properly, there's no way you can revise something and then tomorrow you achieve that thing. You revise it, it goes down, and then tomorrow you have achieved it by 25%. Or maybe they didn't read if maybe we can go to the document, Chair, on page 87, you check, they revised, and I think all these things is because I suspect, I'm not sure, I suspect that MIG caused all these problems, because now they revised it. Can we just go to the document so that, because we assist the executive mayor, because she just read the answer as it is, and I think she's creating problems unnecessary.
Quarter performance report.
It's the first one is on page 80, is it 87? 77. It's infra. I'm trying to check it here on my technology. I'm having problems. Yeah, are to share risk. Are to share. Yeah, iba alemo makasa. Na technology khabo anya go nthusha mo dimtimele
Page 77. Isn't it, Executive Mayor, that we are not talking about the annual targets, we are talking about the quarterly targets? In quarter 3, you targeted 10 construction of water. You revised it to no targets. And then it says not applicable. And on progress you have achieved. We don't understand orally achiever from what? That was not targeted for. And we can go back again to page 81, Executive Mayor. You targeted 10%. You revised it to 0. And then in quarter 3, it says it's not applicable. In go progressing, we have achieved. Let's also move, Executive Mayor, to page 87. You targeted 20%. You revised it to 0. And you have achieved. So we don't understand, Tori, how are you achieving on something that you did not target? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Mabote. Di be di feletse Executive Mayor. Re check hore na be ba botsisitse ka moka. Or be le follow up.
It was me. I was having a problem with my gadget, so I could not. So that's why I said she must read so that the Executive Mayor is on the same page with what we.
That's why ke nyaka gore. Where are we? Re kgone go ya le tsona ka botse.
Yes. Now I want her to be open with us that if from question 1 we were disorganized by the MIG of losing the man. Now, for me, seated here, I will suspect that the department, so I'm not sure. I just want a way to brief us as to all this that has happened that we see here of revising. Is it caused of because of us losing the money, or what is it that is happening? Because something doesn't make sense on this thing.
No, Chair. In addition, I will just only want to say or want to ask Executive Mayor, where did we get this progress from? Because we did not target for these activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC. With your permission, can I hand over the question to the Municipal Manager?
Yes, Municipal Manager, ngele ba thushe ba re ba khopela thuso. Tukile Mpac members ba ba thusha ke.
All right.
Chairperson,
thank you so much. Apology for the delay. We're just trying to digest the question properly in relation to what we have here. I will request your indulgence.
So you see, we are very patient people, Chairperson.
Councillor Mutula, I think I'm still sharing the meeting.
No, but I'm part of this meeting. I'm saying we are patient people. We've got an answer. We're waiting for another answer. We've got an answer, and we are very patient. That's why I'm saying it. The reason of you chairing, there's no problem. You can chair. I'm saying we are patient people. We've got an answer, waiting for another answer.
Councillor Mutula, nga khopela hore ke nyaka hore ba tswele pele ba rana.
No, bana ba sa le busy. Sa nna lona re sa bolela.
Wa ba busy. Ku wena o fa ntshantse for so lo tlo
ba sa busy. Nna ke bolela le wena. Bana ba sa le busy.
Part of them. Wena part ya bona wa tseba taba tse.
Na a wona lona re abolition mo re sa fukaje ba sa bereka.
No, it can't work.
A ka re go mola ke na re bena nna re ba re boledishana ka re ba sa bereka.
Re ka ke na le khopelo Mpac members re ka ya to the next question ba ila ba tla ilukisa.
Yeah, I think, Chairperson, Councillor Mura, I
Thobe.
think that is a progressive proposal.
Eh,
Whilst ba sa check and
em
then-
le ready be ke re kgante ka ya ko e nngwe la dukisego gabotse.
Yeah.
There is
It's
no
supported.
hurry in heaven. Se segolo mo lefaseng. Se segolo ke gore re be le dikarabo re di bone gabotse. Thobe.
I'm of a view that we should hear that from them. Re ska ra ba naganela. Maybe they are done, they've got an answer.
Ke yo isha ke ke kwa nna le motolla setse re mola re sa eme. Ke a leboa councillor Page.
Yeah,
le
Chair, thank you so much. Through you, may I request Mr. Scowley to respond to this question? Thank you.
Mr. Scowley, our executive mayor, infrastructure. Executive manager. Oh,
Yeah.
Mucheji Tlocho. EM, Mucheji Tlocho.
Change roles.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. My name is Ndicheni Skaule, Executive Manager, Infrastructure Services. Let me acknowledge that as and when we were responding to the questions, the quarterly targets that the Mpac members are indicating, as executive, we did not revise them. What we have done, we have only assessed and revised the annual targets. The reasons for revision was that we were adding additional budget after realizing that there's too much progress on site. And then as such, all the annual targets were revised upwards. The quarterly targets were not changed. So they were like that from the beginning. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mabot.
Thank you very much, Chair. Executive Manager, can you please check our question? We're not talking about annual target. We're talking about quarterly target. And in your answer, you are saying you did not revise quarterly target. What is 20% vis-a-vis not applicable? In quarter 3 target, you were targeting 20% on page 87. Quarter 3 revised, no target for the quarter. So I'm not sure, as you are saying, Arubonina, because we are reading what you wrote here in your report. There is no target, whereas you targeted for 20%, and you achieved afterwards. A ke tsebe gore a ba bone executive mayor ntho e re bolelang ka yona na le chairperson, maybe re ntšhe executive mayor ka mogare ka gore bo ntate Sekaule le ba itšere ba re botse gore a ba bone ntho e re bolelang ka yona na gore 20% vis-a-vis not applicable ka kotara ye teng, and is the reason for revised.
Leta Leon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I've realized the mistake that the honorable member is talking about, and I think let me acknowledge that as management, there has been an oversight there. We acknowledge that oversight, and we are indicating that we will be able to go and correct that. That mistake that was captured there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mutulla.
No, thanks, that is correct. Because you, firstly, when you responded, you spoke of the annual and the funding. And if you remember when I was asking the executive mayor, I asked as to when all this revised thing where you were doing them, were they not maybe been informed by that we lost the money or what? Or maybe the MIG like 22 million la losing. I see on I did lower level this the realignment and so on and so forth, the revised and so on and so. That's why I wanted to check as to the MIG that we load the 22 million. I want to see on I end up the revised China.
Councillor Mabote.
Thank you very much. We accept the apology, Chair. We don't have a problem with the apology. But we want to check, how did we achieve something that we did not target for? If the executive manager can tell us how did we achieve, then maybe or something. But apology is accepted, they will fix their mess. But on something say necessary.
Executive manager.
Yeah, thank you very much. The first question, Councillor Mutula, whether when we were adjusting, you'll recall that adjustment happened early February, and the outcome of National Treasury in terms of the deduction of the grant came after. Hence, we had to call a special adjustment meeting because the normal adjustment has already been done. So we were not influenced when we were doing this adjustment. We were not influenced by National Treasury outcome. It was just a normal adjustment. In terms of achievement, if we check Infra 25 there, it's indicating that the quarterly target is 10%. The revised target is no target for the quarter. And the progress in terms of whether we have achieved or not, it is indicating that it's not applicable for that quarter, meaning that this target was never considered when we were assessing the achievement or not achieved targets. Thank you.
Councillor Mabote, page 87.
Thank you very much.
Page 81 and then 77 by Yaroid. Yes, 81, 87.
Thank you very much. I'm the Chinese Kauri, Executive Manager Infrastructure, answering the follow-up question. On page 87, we have indicated that this quarter 3 target is not applicable. In terms of progress, we have indicated also that it's not applicable. However, we have given a narrative to indicate that to date, although it's not applicable, but to date, this is the progress that is on site. When considering the targets achieved or not achieved, what is not applicable will not be counted in. So meaning that Infra 40, when considering targets achieved, will not be counted in. Page 81. Page 81 is the same explanation, Chairperson. Although we have indicated the percentage that we have achieved, but the bottom line is that on top there we said not applicable. So when you are checking what has been achieved, these kind of targets, you don't count them in. Thank you.
Mpac members, Councillor Mutula.
Okay, no, I think that is Kauri has answered now. Now, we welcome the response. Now, tell me, before you can give us the answer that I think maybe we are now understanding, you said you are now realizing the mistake. Can you show me the mistake that you are saying you have noted the mistake, you're going correct. Can you show me that mistake? If you recall what you said before.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, Executive Mayor and the Municipal Manager. Remember here on target, quarterly targets, we, for example, on page 81, we have indicated that our quarter target is 10%. This is what was originally there. And then in terms of quarter 3 revised target, we've indicated that there's no target there. You see, we have indicated that there's no target. So your question was to say that why did we revise 10% to no target? But when we were answering, we only focus on the annual target to say we have revised up. This is the mistake I'm talking about. We have revised the 10% to no target, but when we were answering, we did not answer why we revised it to no target. Thank you.
Aona se sengwe akere. Re ka tswela pele to the next question. Let's make sure yona infra 03 ebe I open batho ba modimo a di loke di ya pele. Taba ya o reng we appreciate the mistake. Councillor Mutula, next question.
According to the quarterly performance report, first and second, there were no challenges on the said project, where the performance was at 95% in the first quarter and 98% in the second. The question, when was the project started, expected to be completed, budget, and who are the service providers involved in the implementation of the project?
Thank you very much once again, the chairperson of Mpac, and also let me also welcome the questions raised by Councillor Mutula. And in order for members to be able to clearly understand the response, we are indicating that the project has been subdivided into 16 sections, wherein 16 contractors have been appointed, and also the table below outlines the start of each project, expected completion date, and also budget and service providers. So members can recall that this is indeed one project. I usually like to call it relay. In order for this project to get finished, one contractor must then finish, all of them must then finish so that the project can start to operate. So we had experienced challenges. There was an instance where a certain contractor was then terminated due to poor performance, but also in other areas there were community disruptions. I must also just go through it in Section A of the project, which started on the 27th November, the 2nd March 2018. That's when the site over was done. And then the project was anticipated to end on the 27th November 2020, and practical completion stage. Because again, for the project to be able to then operate, we must then, everyone on site must finish, all contractors must then finish, then we'll say the project has been completed. And then the contractor was Marco Otto there, and the other contractor for Section B was Litlota Management, who started on the 2nd November 2022. Not yet completed. This is the contractor who has been appointed after a contractor was then terminated due to poor performance. The contract is not yet completed. There has been community disruptions. After community disruptions, the project had to stop because there were issues of servitude with the church. But I've passed there, I've seen now contractor is on site. We had to then start to negotiate so that we can then put our pipelines there. And we are anticipating that this contractor should be done by the 30th June 2023. And the other one is Bo Mamu Tla project, sorry my pronunciation, who started on the 2nd March 2018, and he then finished on the 27th May 2022, again practical completion stage. And then you have Eternity Investment, who also, I think members are aware. I'm not going to go through each and every project, but just to highlight those who have not then completed the project. You have section B under 13, there is Baton, and construction penalties to be applied. And you also have October construction penalties to be applied. You are also having, okay, I think so far they are only 2, and then, and you also have 6, which is Chao and Maluka JV, who also have not completed, but we are also indicating thereby they should then complete by the 30th June. And then we also had disruptions on under 15 there, ZEC business enterprise and practical completion stage. ESCOM contractor was removed from site by community members, but I must also indicate that there has been vandalism of our transformers there. Community members just decided they want to cut the transformer, then they left it there. But we are working with ESCOM to then ensure that they replace the transformers and everything. So that is the status of this project, and we are closely monitoring it so that it can be completed. But members can also recall that there was a community of Rampatele who indicated that the project is from them, but they are not being provided with water. That's when council took resolutions to then budget additional of 10 million so that before we could take water to other areas, the community of Mpac can also be provided with water. So those are some of the issues which had continuously delayed the project. Thank you very much.
EM, any follow-up? Councillor Mutulla, Councillor Mawat.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now, EM, now because of the answer that from the executive manager from the previous question, I will suspect that you guys, when you were answering our questions, they were based on annual. Because the reason why maybe we were asking this question, it was informed by the response that we saw in Infra 32. Now, in Infra 32, when on the corrective measures, that's where you are speaking of the ZCC dispute there. And now, when we were asking you the question, we said that on the first and second quarter, according to the quarter performance report, there were no challenges on the said project, where the performance was at 95%, in line with the first quarter and 98% in the second quarter. Right. Now, the issue of ZCC dispute, EM, it was during Bumamka. Like you are saying it's a relay. You are saying, sorry?
Continue, Councillor Mutulla.
Okay. You are saying the project is a relay, right? So I'm trying to then reverse the relay so that you understand where the dispute came from. So that's why we thought that because we were asking questions on this quarter, now the church comes in, and then now the church dispute happened before, and the contractor who was there currently when the dispute happened, I don't know whether it was Mamutala or whoever. Now, when we're on fourth quarter, what we were asking, it was no longer Mamutala. It was something like ZEC or something. And the reason can't be church on ZEC. Actually, make a sense now. Currently, the reasons can't be just ZEC. ZEC agasaboleka kereke because kereke affected when the person who was on site neile mamutla mamutla. Actually, make a sense now. And the project by then on the first and the second quarter, it was on 95 and 98, and there were no challenges by then. Am I making sense?
Executive Mayor.
So now the question, could you allow hand? Chairperson. Did you?
Now we'll break. Continue.
Break muga.
Wabulela waema Councillor Mutula feleleja.
No, you're intimidating because kiabulela
Continue, Councillor Mutula. You are still welcome.
I'm saying
on the platform and you are protected.
I'm saying I'm trying to say issue ye provoke our question EM. Ki respond ya more fourth quarter e lokele ZCC mola naricha gore ZCC bile issue ya ko morao ya resolviwa aketse e bile tla re thusha ona mo kana re ZCC bile issue ya ko morao. But what we were trying to ask here, it was that lengwala comment ya gore ZCC mola ile gore bo mmamothlalo ka re ba tshi ba fitile o tseni bozeke le mammangwe ya kope ke ntwe ke nyaka re ikushishana mo ke a lebo
ra lebo wa Councillor Mutula a ke tsebo reng re sa go Councillor Mabote le tla bua le arab ya kwala ke Councillor Mutula be ke mo notile Councillor Mabote that's why be ke lebella ka mo moholo wa ka tsena.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me compliment Councillor Mutula's question by saying, Executive Mayor, the issue here, community uprisings and labor dispute, we understand and accept that is there. So what we wanted to check with you, Executive Mayor, is that the issue here, servitude, here, ZCC, raised ka 2018, ya resolviwa, ya boya ya ta gonjwa ka 2023 towards the end of June now. Because your answer is raising the issue of servitude, whereas we thought it was resolved ka 2018. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the question is one. The question that has been raised by Councillor Mabote and Councillor Mutula. Remember, there was a contractor who has been terminated. Indeed, the issue of servitude was then resolved, but because now there's a new contractor, and that is only now that they are passing the church. And Zeke is not affected by the issue of contract because Zeke Otomako project where there are boreholes. The contractor who is on site, even if you can check to in page 5, is Water Management Services. That's where now the problem started again because the Lina but then that has since been resolved. So I can like project to Miloko Morao. So here feature more Morris not a contractor le fit now. Issue la servitude ya renegotiate again the church. That's where we are now, but that has been resolved. They are busy on site trying to then be able to pass. The first challenge upon Little was appointed was a person who material were in his yard. That person could not release the material to the municipality. Then there was challenges which we tried to resolve, and also there were stoppages by community members, which we then tried to resolve. Then that's when they started, when Aswanja Fete ko kereke njalo, balimile. But that has been resolved now. Thanks.
Councillor, follow up. Councillor Piedi will follow.
Okay. You are saying the ZCC crisis started with Mamutala, and then again Letlot, or it started with the
Who was terminated.
It started
Then I remember replaced NGR. It was before COVID. Then that has been resolved. But NGR was terminated because never started performing. Then NGR terminated now. Litlota is the one who has been appointed. Litlota then must start where NGR left. When NGR was terminated, the situation to negotiations with the church now, with Litlota.
So okay, with NGR, the issue of ZCC was not solved.
It was.
It was solved.
Yes, but the necessary remember, you are saying you sit with them to say no. When an issue is Radula, then we agree. But then, unfortunately, when he was terminated, already Nesecho had told me, so when he started to, before he could reach there, he got terminated. So now it's Litlota. Litlota must take over from where NGR left. And then he must then proceed. Issue servitude from the church. Then by that time,
then when did Litlota take over?
Litlota took over from, when was it? Litlota the 20 November 2022. But then I can't immediately go kereke. The first challenge he could not start because material was locked in Kara. That's where the boreholes are, 4 boreholes.
Scala dia dialogue agir. Councillor Piedi, are you also answered?
Now, Ararbule, Letlota Ushiela Manzek.
You know, Can I request, no. Lekota Sheli Zeke. Zeke is where the project started. Remember, this is one project, but the project was divided into 16 contractors. Zeke, Kimo project Tomangona. Kimo project Tomangona, that's where the boreholes are. Again. So project, in fact, for me to be able to understand this project, that's when I went to site to say, but what is really happening with this animal? So Zeke Kimo project Tomangona. Kore inke project Holo, Raidiva etara, wena Patiaushi, wena Patiaushi, wena Patiaushi, wena Patiaushi, wena Patiaushi. Over. Letlhota ke mo lo project sanje felle on. A ke tsore letlhota e connect le between letlhota ke For you to be able to really understand this project, Mpac must just give themselves time and check the entire project. We born on a project itoba guy, ifella guy, itamokai, was takile mokai.
Which executive mayors ka fetola councillor Motola, that's the reason why badi a dialogue, because so many village come at home. Aka fetola wena, then you move.
Fedite mara. O tlhalosa. Mpac members.
Yeah, Chairperson,
O sana le se sengwe mo jiga mo executive mayor bontshitse mmonte.
My hand was up.
Councillor Phedi.
Okay, no, thanks once more. Mine is different. I'm going to start with the question which says, when was the project started? When was it expected to be completed? What is the budget and who are the service providers involved in the implementation of the project? Chair, I'm not good in reading tables. Councillor Machaba knows very well that I'm not very good at doing that. But looking at these projects, these contractors, I'm going to start with the one for Section A, which is Makutu Business Enterprise. The start handover is on the 2nd March 2018. Actual completion date 27 November 2020. Expected completion date, it's non-applicable. I want to understand what informs the non-applicable completion date. Going kuriki ukarike project chekai. I think it's 16.
Non-applicable.
Yes. So I want to understand what informs the 10 non-applicable completion dates. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. I think it's a straightforward question. The non-applicable expected completion date, if you can just check, Councillor Phedi, it's because that project has been completed. We are saying practical completion stage because again, for us to be able to see that the project is functional, it's when the entire contractors are finished. So all which says not applicable there, it means the project already is at completion stage. So we're not expecting any completion date. Like if you check it's little the expected completion date there, we put it there because the contractor is not yet the contractor is still on site.
Mpac members. Councillor Motola, the follow up the fele jaga. All right. Next question. Councillor Motola, Shelen. Moloto. Councillor Moloto Hazel.
Thanks, Chairperson. Question 4, Infra 32, Infra 36, and Infra 39. the budget for the above project were reduced as reported to be aligned to the scope of work for this financial year. Question A, what informed the over budgeting of the above project? Last one, since the municipality returned unspent funds to the national treasury, which project will be negatively impacted?
EM.
Thank you very much again for the opportunity and also the question as raised by Councillor Moloto. And on Infra 32, particularly on what informed the over budgeting for above project, and we are indicating that feasibility studies and technical reports from the consultants informed the budget. And the reduction of the budget was on the basis of core funding and not because of over budgeting, but MIG funds were reduced after advice by Coxstar regarding the remaining balance, and also the rest should be funded by council as counter funding. And we're also indicating that in terms of Infra 36 and 39, feasibility studies and technical reports from consultants also informed budgets, but the budgets were finalized before tenders can be advertised, and as such, alignment of awarded tenders with the annual target was necessary during the adjustment budget. All adjustment will not increase or decrease the tender amount as awarded. And in terms of question 2, which says since the municipality returned unspent funds to national treasury, which project will be negatively impacted on, we have indicated that, of course, there is, as Councillor Motola has raised it before, our budget has been affected. And indeed, the money that we use then to then co-fund this project could have been used for other things in the municipality. But we do not want this project to be affected because this project are service delivery related. We are indicating that no project will be affected because council has provided counter funding the shortfall. If you could recall, during adjustment budget, we've made provision so that these projects can also continue to be funded, that the scope of work of the project must not reduce. So I think I have tried to answer the questions of Mpac. Thank you.
Alebuwa Mpac members, any follow-up? There is no hand on Infra 32, 36, and 39. Shall we go to the next question? Question 5. Councillor Masukame.
Thanks once again, Chairperson. And question 5, corporate services, CPSD 28, CPSD 29. The department failed to meet the target of developing and signing of SLAs due to the non-responsive bid and misalignment of scope of work. The question, since it was reported that the municipality will re-advertise the bid, what is the current status of the project? EM. The first question of the CS, question 5.
Let me just try to confirm some.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity given to me, MMC. And in terms of the answer to, is in relation to SPSD 28, we are here confirming that indeed the tender was re-advertised and is currently under evaluation process. And we're also indicating that refurbishment of fire vehicle bids closed on the 16th May and served in bid evaluation on the 1st June 2023 and bid adjudication on the 6th June 2023. And we are also indicating that the procurement of fire vehicles, 2 times 5 ton trucks served in bid adjudication on the 24 May 2023 and it is non-responsive. So the intention of management is to approach National Treasury for the RT 57 transversal contract, and we will be making follow-up. I think we've already returned to National Treasury. We'll be making follow-up as far as this project is concerned, or this procurement of fire vehicles contract is concerned. Thank you very much.
Ralewa EM. Follow-ups, Councillor Mabote, Councillor Piedi. Any hand? Ralewa.
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Mabote.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me check with the Executive Mayor, Chair, as to what informs this non-responsive the fire vehicles. Maybe if she can explain, we will understand better. And then the other follow-up question that I want to check with her is that what will happen if this continues, so that we can know what is her plan this thing here non-responsive.
EM.
Well, thank you very much. Simple. If a tender is non-responsive, it means people are not meeting the specification. So people are not meeting specification because it gives us more options. So we're hoping that we will be able to get the product that we want. Thank you.
And then EM, what about the misalignment of scope of work? Yeah, non-responsive BTK akwale biagabos. Unaltabashu ya misalignment of scope of work. Councillor Mabote. Councillor Piet. Where Mr. Councillor Mabote?
I Mr. Kamoka.
Oh,
Nerissa Coca, sorry. I agree we are allowed to caucus or Skagre. Resa understand somewhere. Executive Mayor is stating clearly that is the specification. Yes. And then we want a thorough explanation as to what informs this. I can kasi no specification resa tsebo king ya o dira hore ba e busheletse ba ba e busheletse no specification. So we want it in detail, or what informs the non-responsive of this thing, because we do want this service ya di tracker the fire extinguishers. Agar boja or problem kimo, maybe we will come up with something ka cancel or this specification ke sona 1 2 3 4 ke ona dira ngore re palle ko kry di fire trucks. Thank you very much. Councillor Otachi ayung.
Councillor Piedi, le nna re ke bolele ka ikere. Ngele Mpac ang misalignment ya scope of work orna. Ke mang wa dirang the misalignment here? Sena Councillor Piedi.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. We also did not get a response from our executive mayor as to what will be the implication of forever receiving a non-responsive bid. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, clearly the implication is that the department will not be able to meet its targets, and of course it is affecting work on the ground, and also our firefighters are experiencing shortage of working equipment and also this truck. But let me also indicate that the non-compliance or non-responsive can be attributed to many reasons. One, there are tender processes which you need to follow when you are dealing with issues of evaluation. Specification is very clear. You must understand that this is a fire vehicles. There should be a certain models of the vehicles which you need, and if the people who have responded to the tender do not meet those requirements, obviously you can't appoint them. But equally, non-compliance can be also attributed, perhaps, if people have not submitted all the relevant documents in terms of as far as the tender is concerned. So those are some of the issues which might then affect the non-response. Okay, and in responding to the misalignment of scope of work, I think also it's in relation to contractors or those people who responded to the tender. I mean, if you have attended a briefing session, you will be able to know what is it that is required there. So if you submitted things which are not as per specification, all these things take us to specification. If whatever that you've submitted is not according to the specification as indicated in the tender document, it means obviously we are not going to get whoever that we want. Because again, for us to appoint you, you must meet all the requirements, and part of the requirements are as per the specification. If you don't meet those, then the tender is not responsive. But we'll try our level best. We'll be making follow-up with the National Treasury. We're hoping that we will be able to procure these services. But the implications are that the department is not going to meet its target, and also, as it stands, we need these fire vehicles. As you are aware, we also have the new TT Chulo, which is almost done. Thank you very much.
We'll follow up, Councillor Mabot. Councillor Muro.
Chairperson, we have fire vehicles, more CDM. That's the reason why Renyoko Tsebari, specifically with fire vehicles, Kenya will inform our repal local reka. But it's fine. I can see that executive mayor is not going to respond. Maybe she will learn from DPM Sokova responding or Renyaka respond to Kutama. That question, it was responded very well. Thank you very much.
Well, maybe just to indicate, we have responded according to what they have said. So if member had requested the specification of the fire trucks, we would have then given those reasons. Or if members were specific to say, why is the tender, what are the reasons, particularly supply chain reasons, which led to the tender to be non-responsive, that also we would have been procured. But if also, she should have indicated in the question to say, we need a specification of the fire truck which which people are not able to then provided that. So unfortunately, we responded to the question, and we could not anticipate her thinking. If I had had an opportunity to get inside her head and try to get what is it that she wants, I would have then responded to that. Thank you very much.
Oh, aleka tlhong Councillor Murwa.
I think I'm covered by the executive mayor because she responded to what I wanted to ask, but I must indicate that we appreciate the response that she's giving to the committee. Thank you.
Councillor Mabota, Selokhotsofaletsana.
Chair, I accept a response, but next time she must know that when we ask question, in follow-up, we will want to know her knowledge, municipality high, and all the activities in the municipality. Thank you very much.
Masipala wa EM lona ba be akore ba di bofa nanga e ba di
It's
misalignment.
operational. I would not know what a fire truck must have, unfortunately. But you can ask me about legislation.
Hey, bana ba ausi ba bua ke leboga ma mothaolo gausi le bona. Shall we go to the next question? Hey. Councillor Mabote. Go tla le putisho. E go tla le putisho ya e latelang. Re tla di bona. Finance Services, question 6, FD01. Yes.
Area ka ditšheleteng chairperson e ba sa understand the CFO ona mo gausi akere. Yeah. The council approved the budget of April 2023, February 2023, and on the 2nd May 2023, council approves another budget adjustment with the loss of 22 million, which is a thorn. The first question is, what did the executive and the administration fail? Why did the executive and the administration fail to prioritize the procurement processes of MIG to avoid losing funds? And our second question is that, are there any consequence actions taken for failing to spend MIG? Thank you very much, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, MMC. And I must say that we are all aware of the moratorium which was imposed by National Treasury in February 2022, caused by a court battle over preferential procurement regulations, and there was no procurement taking place during that time. And no, there were no consequence management because this was not in the control of the municipality, but I've also indicated as for future to avoid what has happened, we will be having a demand management plan, which will then be able to guide us where the project is stuck, so that could then give the municipal manager an opportunity. If the project is stuck at specification, the MM will be able to know that this project is currently stuck at specification. That is for future. But with this one, it really caught us off guard. Thank you very much.
Any follow-up? Councillor Mutulla, Councillor Mabote.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine, I want to understand the procurement plans. Determining each year how long, and that's the first thing. Now, with the coming financial year, when do you start the procurement plan? And the last one, Chair, I want to check as to when do we receive the MIG in our banks?
Councillor Mabote.
Thank you very much. Let me be shorter. We can see that the executive mayor and the administration bakutaka moratorium every now and then. It's fine, we accept that there was a moratorium. So what I want to check is that how did you plan to procure from June? Isn't it that moratorium was uplifted ka May? So the plan from June to March 2023. Thank you very much. See you for one. As Thank you very much.
EM. Follow-up questions.
Thank you very much, MMC, and thank you for the questions as raised by my dear comrade there, Comrade Makasa Mabote.
Councillor Mabote, Mpac member.
Yes, okay. I will start by the question which has been raised by Councillor Mutola, which indicated when are we starting with the procurement plan? I think. What we are indicating is that I think we've already established, developed a procurement plan, particularly for the next financial year. But important to say that we already, because we have appointed, particularly under MIG, as you are aware that most of our projects are multi-year. But that other one, Councillor Mabota has raised is that we started July with the process of specification, and after specification, that's when then you advertise tenders, and after you advertise tenders, then there are other processes, particularly of appointment and so forth and so forth.
Una le challenging. Okay, follow up, Councillor Mutola.
So, what did the EM is saying? That are you saying that the based on the answer that you are answering to Mawat, that supply chain processes were bypassed? Are you saying that?
No, not said that.
Okay. Can you repeat what you said?
Councillor Mutola,
the Mawate asked a question, if maybe she can, after the moratorium was uplifted, so and I asked a question also to say, each year, the bid process each year, is it 60 days or 90 days and so on and so forth? I thought maybe I will be answered on that. Now, I was checking on the upliftment. I'm trying to read what Mawate was asking. After the upliftment, she counted the months. So I'm trying to read or check those months until, and then I'm listening to the EM. I'm saying, if really the processes were followed properly of supply chain management, I don't think they qualify.
No. All supply chain processes were followed and we complied, but we also want to indicate that between June and July, that's when we started with the specification. But everything was done accordingly. It's within 90 days, ne? It's within 90 days. Councillor Botola.
CFO, so that we count.
May. November contract, yes.
Our lady available.
No, May.
Acting CFO.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I want to more talent. Okay. Shall we go to the next question? Question 7. DPEMS 23. Councillor Piedi.
No, thanks, Chair. Question 7 on DPEMS 23 and under finance services. The department failed to create 15 EPWP work opportunities due to misalignment of recruitment plan and the SDB. Question is, why did the responsible department fail to align the recruitment plan and SDBIP? Thanks.
EM. Thank you very much, MMC. Can I then request MMC Masuga to respond to the question? MMC Masuga is the member of mayoral committee responsible for DPEMS. Since this question falls under his department, I may require him to then respond on behalf of the executive.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Apart from the fact that the actual work is done, or rather is reported by DPEMS, it is the finance related matter. Suffice to say that I'll continue to respond to that in order to reach the stage of prepaid smart meters, that is Lepelle Nkumpi, Bloberg, and Molemole. The consultation started on March 2022 to June 2022. Based on the successful outcome of the consultation, the district was then positioned to start process of installing the smart meters. 20 EPWP second quarter, 20 EPWPs the third quarter, 10 EPWP, which made us achieve the annual target of 50 earlier than planned, due to the urgent need of the EPWP to assist to fully prepare and accelerate the implementation of the smart meter. There was deviation from the following original quarterly targets. However, there was an oversight to align the targets during the SDBIP review, for which apology is herewith rendered. Given this early recruitment of EPWPs, the installation of smart meters is sitting at 1,700. Thank you very much.
MMC Masoga sebakeng sa EM. Councillor Mabote, Councillor Mutul.
Oh, sorry.
MMC want to say it's fine. No, it's fine, Chairperson. Thank you very much. But about bunch to say but it's fine. MMC paragraph apology. We accept the apology.
The opportunity once more. The tender, or rather the bid, has been issued twice already in the current financial year, and the reason for the non-responsiveness are as follows. Supporting documents, in particular company certificate and authority to sign letters, were not provided by some bidders. Proof of warranty documents against defect and equipment was not provided. The second one, some bidders did not attend the compulsory briefing session, which is a matter that they should do. Authority to sign letters of letters not provided. Proof of warranty documents against the defects and equipments not provided, and non-submission of documents providing proof of bidders, suppliers are recognized or accredited suppliers of the required specified equipment. And you'll remember that this is a very specialized area. Thank you very much.
MMC, on behalf of the Executive Mayor, Councillor Mabote, Mpac member, follow up.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well unpacked. So what I wanted to check with the MMC is that, do we have plans in place to overcome this monster called non-responsive bid in this tender year? That's the only question that I'm having. Thank you very much.
MMC.
Well, the bids has to be re-advertised. We have actually revised the terms of reference, which will continue to serve our best interest as an institution, so that we can comply with the necessary legislation. Furthermore, we take it that during the compulsory sessions, or rather briefing, will ensure that members do get a thorough understanding of what is required out of this exercise, so that we can be in the right position to deal with the matter once and for all. Thank you very much.
Any follow-up?
Yes, Chairperson.
Councillor Mura?
Yeah, I think this thing of non-responsive bids, could there be a problem perhaps for the relevant officer supply chain, because maybe the specifications here about the deliverables or something. I think perhaps we may really need to look at this, because we'll come here and allege the EM and the others, where areas we may find that the supply chain office in Almatata. I think perhaps we need to look at that. We can't continuously have non-responsive bids where areas could be administrative problems. Thank you.
Raleba Councillor Mura, le di kwa EM mmero kwa ujole pele di non-responsive bid, MMC maswa gidumela oru arabili. Mara mmero kwa ujole pele.
If you can check very well, Chairperson, the areas where you have non-responsive bid are not necessarily ordinary work that is known by everybody else. It's this very same matter that we're referring to. On the other side, it arises from the fire engines, which are real what can I say? Specialized areas at which most of the people are not actually well clarified about. And something that we should discourage at all costs. If you bring down the specification, you'll automatically not get the required outcome, that which of course you need to do at the ultimate end. Say for argument's sake, your fire engines, they need to be built in a way in which they will be able to last, able to deliver the service that is required from time to time. The same with the ones that which of course we are talking about now. Thank you very much.
Raleboa MMC biksa feleja kire ya kwagala, but EM bana ba lena ba tswa sekolo. Let the work be done or rena re khona ba le progress ya kwagala nkere karabo ya kwagala or ba reng, but let the work be done. Kudumela o reng le tabolela le ba le bana ba lena re ka storidia mpia lo makolobe tsene ka sthupe re tlo ba ra idea jwale o re ska ra dia mpia lo makolobe tsene ka sthupe. EM bana ba lena ba badile, that's that ke bile ka spedi akere thobela. Next question. Councillor Masukame. Councillor Murwa. Onyako utisha lena. Councillor Murwa utisha.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. It's about internal audit, audit and audit committee reports. Question 9. Background: the money is collected on behalf of CDM 2016 to 2022. Blockback municipalities continue not to pay monies collected on behalf of the Capricorn District Municipality as per the signed SLA. The question is, what is the current status of monies owed by Blockback? Thank you.
EM.
Well, thank you very much. We are happy to confirm that all monies owed by Blockback municipalities amounting to R2,923,064.83 were paid on the 26th May 2023.
Follow up, Councillor Masukame. Noted, noted.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. And just want to check, because as the CDM, we have the certain amount that we owe the Blueberry.
Anything? Next question. Oh, the proof. Barle CFO ba gona mo. O diranga ka re boledisha ka gore na proof.
Yeah, he has it here. I was just trying to check it. You can just show it to members there. I said we'll send it to them.
Oh,
it's like
okay,
the meeting
okay.
cannot continue until they see the
Yes,
proof. You can show it to them. They are there. Tiro, show it to them. So that we are able to proceed.
Yeah, you may.
Yeah, no, in the main, for us to be
Our
able
researcher.
to. He can show it to them and email it to the researcher. Yes. Coordinator, can you confirm so that we proceed?
Leta chenchana dipampiri mo. Acting CFO tamurumela agera. So that we continue. We are on question number 10, Councillor Masukame.
Thanks once again, Chairperson. Question 10. We are on leave management 2022-2023. During the public hearing on the 9th December 2022, the committee raised questions regarding non-review of leave policy for the past 11 years, and the response given was the leave policy has not been reviewed for the past 11 years due to instability within corporate services in terms of suspensions which affected both executive managers and managers from HRM over a period of time. The policy is currently under review. Now, the questions: was the instability within corporate services being resolved? The second one, if not, why did the department fail to resolve the challenges? C, did the department manage to complete the leave policy review processes?
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, also Councillor, for the questions which have been. Well, we are all aware that where we seem to be wanting is in terms of corporate services. That I can acknowledge that it's an area where we are highly limping, but I must also indicate that the instability was partially resolved, as some of the officials who were on suspension have then some of the issues management were able to deal with. Some of them are back at work, and the challenges there are basically can be attributed to the disciplinary processes that most of them were in that section. So most of the issues we are trying to resolve. The only matter which is still pending is the matter of the manager HR, which I think is on appeal. Yeah, that is the only matter which is still pending. And also, I think I've tried to respond to question B to say that management has managed to reduce all the disciplinary processes. Of course, not only recall people, but I think they are dealing with it in terms of the merits of the cases and the legality of the cases. And question B has then been covered. And of course, there are issues which are still on progress, like the one that I'm indicating of the manager, HR, and progress in terms of the review of leave policy. The leave policy is under review and the draft is scheduled to be presented to the executive management on the 5th June 2023, which I believe it served. Ma'am, I would want to think that it served, and I'm told it has been referred back. And after that, it will go to LLF, a portfolio committee, mayoral committee, and ultimately to council.
Any follow-up? Councillor Mutulla, Councillor Mabote.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the EM, and also let me greet my fellow Councillor Mura. Now, I'm greeting him because I think Councillor Mura and the Chairperson are the same. Because this is the first public hearing, EM, where I see you enjoying. Yeah, that's and truth need to be told, because Chairperson, if these comments after we ask questions of Kulobes Tuping and Banaba, what we need to stop with those things. That's why the EM, she's just cruising nicely today. Just give us the questions, then we deal with it like that. She must not find peace, and we know how to deal with it. Stop this thing of Kulobes Tuping and Banaba and what. Now, thank you, Chair. You see, that's the problem. That's why she's enjoying. Thank you very much, Chair. Now, I want to. Okay.
Consequence management. And then next time, work to be done. That's that.
No, it's fine. I get it. Yes, Murayana is open, obviously. Saying on you, just chair the meeting so that we proceed with the meeting. Because I don't want to be in a public hearing where everyone is enjoying. There must be some temperature that goes on. But it can't be on your Mura, I understand why he's the spokesperson. Now, let's go to the questions. Now, the follow-up, Chair, is that the first one, I want to check, because you are saying that those who were on suspensions are now back. Now, I want to check, because if the person was on suspensions, someone was 18. So explain why the person who was 18 can't do the work of the person who is at home, who is suspended. Can you please clarify me on that one? That's number one. And then number two, I want to check through you, Chairperson, how many people are now back, because you are saying the instability is partially getting resolved and so on and so forth. How many people, because you are saying some are back, how many are back, how many are still at home, and then how many are affected? If you can assist, I'm on the question of instability, because I thought that if you include the suspensions and we appoint a person, the person will do the job of the person who is at home. So now it looks like if we are waiting for a person to come back, of which I'm still trying to think as to who is this person. Even if we appoint a motor, obviously why it's anyway, still we pay a personal allowance of 18 on that position. Please clarify us on this instability, on those three things. How many people are now back to the office? Because you are saying you are resolving this thing partially. And how many are still at home? And how many are affected on these things? Thank you, our lovely Chairperson.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, usana follow up with Councillor.
No, you recognized me, but I'm also covered by Councillor Mutolaka instability. And I wanted to thank the EM for putting question B, the answer in a polite manner. I was worried about the answer. As indicated above, the issue are still in progress. Bold. I was very worried. And we were not fighting. we were trying to be proactive. If not, what did the department fail to resolve the challenges? So we were not fighting at all. Thank you very much, Chair.
Clarifying Mulao Councillor Motola Beabunch.
Thank you very much for the question and also the inputs that's made by Councillor Mabote. 2 people are now back. The manager, not the manager, ops manager, HR, and also legal officer. But members must also take note that we have had also a resignation of another legal officer in that particular department. The person who was doing most of the work is the manager, legal services. Unfortunately, she was also on sick leave for some time. She is back now. So to be honest with you, I do agree with you. But the reality of the matter is that if we could just get one department right in this institution with whatever that members are indicating. But as things stands, that is where we are limping. So we're hoping that because at least ops manager is back and also legal officer is back, things will be able to then move. And the same legal manager is also responsible to assisting Lepelle Ngumpi municipality. So, not legal manager, legal officer. Even the legal manager is currently back. We're hoping that the work will then start to show. Thank you very much.
Any follow-up? Councillor Mutula.
I also asked as to how many are still at home on the question, and when you come back, how many are still at home? Now, you are saying 2 are back, and when you mention them, when I'm trying to check in terms of instability, even when they were here, there was still no instability. And now you are saying you are even taking them to go and give support to Lepelle Ngumbi. Are you not deliberately causing an instability in that department? Because you are saying the legal one, if I heard you correctly, that the legal one who is back, you are taking him or her to go and assist Lepelle Ngumbi. And I don't know, are you not deliberately causing problems in that department? So now, but my main question was on those who are still at home. How many those who are still at home, so that we know as to if really this thing of trying to resolve the instability in the department, is it going to be doable, or we are just facing a huge mountain that we are not going to deal with it? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. Currently, there is one person who is manager HR, who is at home, and in most cases, the manager legal is the one who is then also acting in that position. I've also indicated earlier on to say for some time, manager legal has not been well. She is also back. She has been there, she has been acting, but she has not been well for some time, but she's also back at work. And in terms of legal officer, he goes there on not necessarily every day, but we also have a responsibility to support our local municipality as district municipality. So now the legal manager is back in office, the legal officer is back office, the person who's still at home is one, and of course we've had resignations of another legal officers, but we had advertised, we're hoping that the position would be filled very soon so that we can then close that gap. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mutul.
Now, in short, what the EM is saying, because the person who's still at home is the HR manager, and there is someone acting on behalf of her. So in short, what she's saying is that we don't have capacity in that department. Chairperson. We don't have, it's either one, we don't have capacity, or we have people in that department, the whole department, who don't have the zeal to work. Because two people can't make, one person seated at home while we've got an 18 can't make the department to not be stable. Two people, when they're suspended, they can't make a department not to be stable. There is something in that department. It's either the whole people who are working in that office, they are not willing to assist the municipality. And remember, we are talking about governance. Corporate is not like a department like of sports and culture. I'm not even sure if we have got a department like that in this building. Now, corporate is governance, it's administration. So, which means whatever that is done in that department, we must make sure that everything, the department is supported fully. Now, this instability, I think, and I propose that it needs to be investigated some way, somehow. One person, two people. Look, to show that there is no problem of instability, we even take our people to go and assist other municipalities. Yes, we understand it's our obligation to do that. It shows very well that it's a matter of people in a department not willing to do the work, not the issue that there is instability, people are suspended and so on and so forth, because we have got people who are acting in that department. So now we must find a way. If really this thing is true that the department is not stable, Chairperson, we must find a way of how the department is assisted. Maybe through asking each and every employee in that office if they are free, if they are working properly. We must try to find a way, because the whole department, I can tell you now, it can't stop because of two people seated at home. So the issue of instability now, if we're going to leave it and not take another route of trying to check internally as to how are the people that were employed, if they want to be taken to refresher courses, capacity building, and health, wellness, they get wellness, employee wellness speaker, employee wellness, and so on and so that employees can be happy at work. Then that's when maybe I think we'll maybe detect the problem. So I don't know. That's what my submission through you, Chairperson and Executive Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Mabot. Okay. Usanali a hand.
Okay, thank you very much. It's just a comment, not a question per se. I'm a bit worried about the explanation by the EM saying that we have a responsibility or an obligation to assist the local municipality, which we do not argue with her. But we must fix our house before we fix a house next door. Regas remola re thoja ra re nyoko re thuse kgomo e nngwe ya thoja wena o thoja self. Doesn't work like that. So EM o tshwanetse gore a lebelle masepala wa gagwe pele before a tlo lebella tse dingwe. EM, you must be selfish sometimes. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And I think most of them were comments, particularly comments of councillors who also are concerned that things need to move. But the reality of the matter is that indeed we've been not having two senior people under HR, ops manager and also the manager HR. But I think one thing that we must request the MM is just to make analysis and assessment of the entire corporate services so that we are able to check where we can then provide the necessary support. So, and luckily for us, we have an MMC who's very much hands-on in that department, but he also needs to be supported, and the MM must then try to prioritize giving support to corporate services. Thank you very much.
Osana, follow up. Silence means content. Let's continue. Next question. Is it 11, Councillor Mabot? Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. According to the action plan of the internal audit, corporate service should have resolved the matter by the 31st of December 2022, and currently the process has not yet started. What are the root causes for not attending to the internal audit query? Thank you very much, Chair.
EM.
Well, thank you very much. I think it is because of shortage of staff, as I've indicated, that previously we had people who were on suspension, and we've had the manager who was acting as the manager HR, who was also on sick leave for some time, and that has also affected them in responding to the issues of internal audit, or the findings of internal audit rather, but the matter has been resolved, and also internal audit queries are now receiving necessary attention. As I've indicated earlier on, also through the mayoral committee, we have a standing item on progress in terms of resolving internal audit findings. We'll also be able to track if indeed they are resolving those internal audit findings, as they are indicating here on the report, that the other findings are receiving attention. Thank you very much.
Any follow-up, Councillor Mabota? I can see the hand, Councillor Motola, in that sequence.
Thank you very much, Chair. It takes me back to the follow-up question made by Councillor Motola, which is saying, why are we paying acting allowance, whereas we do not have people by law they are going to attend to queries? Because our reasoning here is that the query were not attended due to shortage of staff. And also, when they continue, they are saying it has been resolved. So if they can tell us when exactly. And then they are also saying that the audit queries now are receiving attention. What happened suddenly? Because at first they are saying due to shortage of staff, but now they are attending to the matters. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mutul.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Mabota said when, and then my question, mine, I'm saying how. On the where you are saying the matter since has since been resolved. My question there, because Mabota said when, I'm saying how. That's my question, number one. Now, number two, on the audit, internal audit query, you are saying now receiving attention. What kind of attention? What is the process that you are doing? Thanks.
EM.
Thank you very much. With your permission, if I may be allowed, I will then request the Executive Manager, Corporate Services, to respond to the questions.
Mr. Mrifi, Executive Manager, Corporate Services. Keep on.
Oh, all right. Okay. Let me just pay a great homage to your good self, Chairperson. And also, you, through your indulgence, allow me to then observe protocol in terms of its hierarchy of senior-curricular order. So, and also greet my colleagues in administration through the office of the MM. Now, okay, it's fine. The question that we received, the answers were that the problem has been partially resolved. So why we are saying this is because, as earlier indicated by the executive mayor, to say that there were people that were called to their offices, especially in the office of the HR. So basically what we're saying is that we have since recalled these people. The matters are now getting necessary attention. The necessary attention on the basis that, because we did not have people, now we have people that are acting in that capacity. So we are able to deal with all those queries from the internal audit. And there's also, yes, the issue of the shortage of staff, yes, but we're saying we are partially covered for now. But while we are sitting, we are saying we will be able to actually drive the ship at the direct direction. Yeah, I think we are actually, yeah, thank you so much.
Any follow-up? The ship should go over in the correct direction. Councillor Mabot.
Chairperson, I only IRV follow-up. Oh, badile jana jela never did. We wanted to check why were we paying acting allowance. We don't talk about Batubailo they were recalled. Yes, they were recalled now, but municipalities paying them acting allowance. Why were they not attending to the queries raised by internal audit committee? That's the question he did not answer. And then when exactly? Because he's saying they have been resolved. When exactly? And then one other thing, how? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Mutula.
I'm going to read this thing. It says informal delegation of approval powers. According to the action plan of the internal audit, corporate service should have resolved the matter by the 31st December 2022, and currently the process has not yet started. Now, we're asking the answer that we're given here. It says due to shortage of staff within the HR unit, but the matter has since been resolved. I'm asking, she asked, when was the matter resolved? And I'm asking, how did you resolve it? Did you advertise post? What did you do? Because the reason, or you appoint people to act and you don't give them certain powers, you lock other certain. We need, that's why we were saying, just open, agree on the answer, you can't give us the detailed. Some of the PCC will just explain to us and then they complement the answer. We're not saying the answer is not correct. We're saying put it in full so that we understand now, because we are with you. We're asking you the very same question that we asked you in writing, and then now you are responding verbally. But you can add some flash again to say, this is what has transpired, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. Now, again, on the internal audit query, where you are saying are now receiving attention. We are saying what kind of attention is that? Is it that it's receiving? Just be open with us and try to explain to us so that we understand what is happening on that one. Thanks, Chair.
Executive Manager.
Right, thank you so much once again, and the questions from honorable members. Just to also indicate that we placed on record that we are trying to be open as much as we can. On the question of why were you paying the actual allowances for people who were not performing, okay, colleagues will remember that as much as positions were vacant and there were no people who were appointed, maybe just to put it in pleasantly, to say that there were no people who were acting on those positions. We had to place people there. But then you've placed people there, which something I agree. You place people there, but you still have problems in terms of resolving issues. Then what is the reason of placing those people there? If you still have issues after, you shall have. The higher positions will actually, in terms of the new staff regulations, to check the lower position of somebody who is occupying that position, and then we'll actually appoint that person to go and act at that vacant position. So now our exercise was that as much as we were trying to close all the gaps within HR, we thought that the people that we were appointing there with all the necessary capacities and qualifications will be able to deal with those issues. So, but if we still had issues that were not resolved after we shall have appointed in that position, it was an exercise and it was an administrative exercises that we had to do. All right, and then the other one, just to confirm from Councillor, Honorable Councillor Mutula, and then there's an issue of how did we and when. We might do not have the exact date where we are seated, but then the how part of it is that as the executive mayor has earlier alluded to, say that there were officials that were called, and then that will answer the how part of it, to say how do you then resolve this issue. We are resolving it because there were officials that were called to work that are now dealing with all those issues. We might not have an exact date as to since when, but then this is where we are seated as the municipality. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Yeah. Raleigh Executive Manager, also a follow up.
No, it's not. Am I
Councillor Mutulu
allowed? Okay. Matata awageje Chairperson. Inkinga zakala. If you remember what I said on the previous question, I said there is no capacity in that department. Now, if you listen to the executive manager, he tells you now, he's open, that he places people, he looks for a work, people can't do the work. So there is a serious, that's why we said, we are told there is an MMC who's looking in that department. And looking at what the executive manager is telling us, the MMC is not going to assist also. There is a serious issue in that department. It's either they don't respect each other, or maybe I can just ask plenty like that, if they talk to each other. I'm not a prophet. You can find that they don't talk to each other in that department. There is no way when a senior seated here with us tells us, the last person, everyone report to him, he tells us, I put a person and the person still fails to execute the job. And I can ask him, why do we still have him as the executive manager? I can ask him that question. Because if a person can listen to you, what do? Process the person. If a person can't do the job, what do? Process him. So, because if you don't process him, we will process you. And that's what we can propose at any time now. That the very end, if the accounting officer doesn't do the work, we process him. There is a problem. It's either the people in your department are not respecting you and you are not acting on them. Because we cannot have a situation where you are saying you place people, you still complain that they don't do what you are saying they must do, and you leave them like that. Accounting office, executive manager, you sit with us here. We are board members. You can propose a motion now and take a decision on the two of you. Why must we still have you in this institution? You can't take a decision on a junior. And now if we can go deeper, it can tell us that some of the people don't even come to work in that department. It can tell us, if we can go deeper, that some they come late in that office. Once you give a person a task and a person can't execute the task, it means there is more they are doing. Because we're still going to another question of leave here. It's coming here. Of leave what? People claiming that there is a leave of sick leave and what. Still in the very same department. Why must we keep the accounting officer and the executive manager? Why can't we release them? They can't take a decision. So, Chairperson, I know, no, it's me saying this. Now, what we're saying, executive mayor, to the accounting office, and the executive manager, let's have, and the MMC, let them sit down, go and look thoroughly in that department. Starting from the junior, you can look on the ones who are managers. These ones who are suspended, even if they are managers and so on and so forth, I'm telling you, I don't think that the ones who have... So, what must happen if they decide to resign? The municipality is going to be stuck because the HR manager decided to leave the municipality. The only person who looks like has got incapacity in that department. The legal, what is department here. It can't be like that. If a person leaves now, even before burial, that person will replace in an institution. So we're saying, let's executive mayor come with a plan, and the plan must be, let the department be given attention from all the employees. Are they coming to work? Are they starting the work on time? Are they reporting to where they must report? We can find that the gentleman who, the executive manager, was saying we want to release, they don't want to listen to him. You can find that they don't want to listen to the accounting office. And as the politician to go and talk to the employees. We will speak to employees through them, which is the accounting officer and the executive manager. There is a serious problem in that department, EM. We are telling you now. There is a very, very serious problem, accounting office in that department. That's why I gave you an example. Just go and interview them. Go to office by office and check if how are they going to execute the work. So that's my submission that I'm bringing, that the corporate department were worried of it, Chair. Mainly because, you know, when it comes to corporate and this one of infrastructure, that the main things that we look into. Infrastructure is our main core as the municipality. Corporate is administration of the municipality. It's our back office. When we sit here as councillors, it's because of governance, which is corporate department. The rest, they come after. That's why we will not even make noise on them. This one of finance, we don't have a problem with him. There's no way that he can pay. You always pay everyone. So the rest, they comes after. But the two, that's why we scrutinize each and everything on them. So we need to have a proper administration, which is a corporate department, EM. We're handing over this thing to you. It was not a question. I was handing over as a comment that you go and digest it, executive manager. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me direct my follow-up question exactly to the executive mayor, Chair, because I've realized that the executive manager will never respond to our questions. So we are not here for that. Executive Mayor, the internal audit committee is saying the process has not yet started. And then you are saying, Executive Mayor, the query has been resolved. So I wanted to check with you, did you really resolved the queries, internal audit na? Because we don't want to come here a public hearing rather the query is not yet resolved, whereas the query has been resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC. And I've already indicated earlier on, particularly on what Councillor Motola is saying, to say that members then just make a proper assessment of corporate services. It's all our concern in the institution. And can, with your permission, Chair, I refer the question to the municipal manager. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all members here present. If you look at provided, it's divided into two. The first part says due to shortage of staff within HR, meaning that the internal audit matters, there is a delay in addressing them due to the shortage of staff within HR, which is a matter already that has been addressed with the first question that the the EM adequately talked to the issues. Then it continues to say, but the matter has been resolved, meaning that the shortage of staff within HR as a result of the people that have been brought back, the challenge of the shortage is now being resolved, which is why now the internal audit queries are receiving attention. So I just wanted to explain it in that way, because it sounds to me that the understanding is that suddenly the internal audit issues have been resolved, whereas they are receiving attention. From the side of the executive management, I think in the last 2 meetings that we have actually had, we paid much attention to the internal audit issues. And from the side of the internal audit, they have even to that, they've received submissions from various departments, including the corporate services, and currently they are verifying those kind of issues. And once they are satisfied with the verification that they're doing, they will then actually confirm if those issues indeed have finally been resolved. But I must actually indicate that since the colleagues that we are referring to that have been brought back, since they came back on site, there is a remarkable improvement in terms of a number of issues. Even at the LLF, we see our things actually taking shape. And the EM has actually talked a lot.
Shortage of staff. And then now the queries are receiving attention because they've resolved the matter of shortage of staff, which I understand. But what I want to get from the EM is that why did we place other staff members to act, whereas they did not attend to queries in time? Because those queries were supposed to be attended by the 31st of December 2022. Thank you very much.
Yes, I will not repeat what Mawate has asked. I think they've marked it. Now, the EMs, the accounting officer says people are back. The HR manager is not back. And then which means there is someone, and the people who are back, are they back to go directly? Remember, you were speaking about HR unity. They came back to go to the position, to go and act at the position of the HR manager. That's what I want to understand on that one. Back. And people who are back, maybe we must get their positions. Understand what are their positions, the people that we are saying they are back now. Because as far as who are seated here, the HR manager is not back. And which means there is someone who is acting as an HR, who has been acting as an HR manager and failed to address the query by the internal audit. Chairperson, am I making sense? We don't have an HR manager now, but there is someone who was acting as an HR manager, like Mabote say, who failed to address the issue that was raised by the internal audit. But we continue to say people are back. Maybe tell us, people who are back, what is their positions? What are they now doing when we say they are assisting? Maybe we'll then understand. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I do understand Councillor Motola's question. I've indicated that the people who are back are manager, operation manager, HR. And we are also having a legal officer. And the person who was acting as HR manager is the manager, legal services, who, as I've indicated, also had health issues. And remember, she still has to deal with legal issues while we had a legal officer who has been on suspension, and we also had one resignation under her. So under legal services also, there were two people the one who resigned and also the one whom we just recalled now. So at least she was there. But then she was also required to then go and act as a manager legal services. And I think that took a serious toll on her, to extent where she also was affected physically, where she was in and out because of health issues, which are very personal, I cannot then discuss. But I think also the overload of the work took a serious toll on her. But I must also say that she has also been doing her level best, because if you check, we managed to review some of the policies which had not been reviewed for some time. And we do understand the concerns which are raised by councillors. I'm now saying that because we've managed to then bring back the ops manager, HR, and also one legal manager is also back. Let us perhaps give them time to ensure that they resolve all these issues that have been raised by Mpac. And one thing that I'm not disputing, Councillor Mutulla, is that I'm accepting that we have challenges in that department. I have accepted it. And hence I'm saying that municipal manager now must just make an assessment to say, but where exactly are we having problems? Are we having problems from the top until down there, as you've correctly put it, Councillor Mutulla? So I think we must just take it that way and try to see how best can we then try to manage the issues which we are confronted with. Remember, with issues of legal officer, you cannot just take any other person to then act on those ones, because you need a person who has a legal background. So in the absence of the one who resigned and the other one, the legal manager was responsible for some of the issues, if I'm not mistaken, and also on the other hand, acting on the position of HR. Thank you.
Lastly, Chair. Now, okay, fine, we understand EM. Now, because now the internal audit queries, they are receiving attention, you are saying, can you give us your way that when we close books, will be sorted? When we close the financial year, the matter won't appear, will be done with everything.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, if you may allow.
If I executive manager.
Yes.
Executive manager, Murifi.
All right, let me put my head on the spot, and also appreciate the comments that were made by the executive mayor and also through UMM. Colleagues need to remember and understand that as much as we're taking decisions here, we are guided by principles and we're guided by legislations. Now, if you are saying we've put people in the position of acting and they're failing to do that, we must take actions against them. Now, there are procedures that must be followed. Let's agree on that one. The labor law is very clear in terms of the procedures that must follow. So we are not just going to sit here and hold people accountable for the things that we did not comply with what the legislation is saying.
Maybe if I could come in. My apology, Executive. I think we've passed that stage now. We are agreeing that the MM must provide support to your department.
Right.
What we need to check is that, given that at least you are having some sort of capacity now in terms of the manager HR who's also back at work, and also the ops manager who's back at work. So the question which has been raised was for you to confirm to Mpac that by the end of the 30th June, all or the internal audit findings, some of the internal audit findings or all the internal audit findings will be resolved. That's where we are. That one we already dealt with it. Thank you.
Ebe o be le thomile botse executive manager le re re ke be tlhogo godimo ga e go tswa ka yona.
Right, maybe let me just give you a
Councillor
simple
Motolo
answer.
ka dulwa le nna ka gore ke re ke bolele ra le feditse
When I talk,
aske ba kwe akere go bo bolela and now I'm sharing this meeting.
Yes, through you, Chairperson. Thank you so much for your protection, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Shall we go to the next question?
All right, thank you so much.
Question 12.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Pedi.
Liskala boledi chance to mo re fina go etelele. Thama botse a feletsa etseng. Okay, no, thanks. Mine is on question 12 on coast containment. The background is the department failed to comply with the policy as there are some employees who have been allocated telephone limits in excess of the policy requirements. Now the questions are as follows. Question A, what are the reasons for some employees getting telephone limits beyond what is stipulated in the policy? Question B, did the department manage to resolve the query?
Well, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Piedi, and also through you, Chairperson. We are indicating here that for us to be able to determine the reasons for the question as posed by Mpac, we have then referred the matter to Financial Misconduct Board for investigations, and upon them submitting, which will then be able to further guide council. And in terms of did the department manage to resolve this query, the query will only be resolved after we receive a report from the Financial Misconduct Board. Thank you.
Follow-ups. Hey, Councillor Masugaming, Councillor Mabote, Councillor Piedi, Councillor Mutulla also.
Chairperson, the follow-up question on A. Just want to know, while the investigations are still on, did you fix the limit? Because now you are aware that the limit are the limits. And then on B, can we get the...
Do you agree with the internal audit when they say that there are some employees with telephone limits that are beyond what is stipulated in the policy? And if you agree with them, I think they will have the internal audit. They can't just come in and say there are some employees. They will provide the names to say John, Sipo, and Mama. Their limit is above. I want you to tell me, what are you if you agree with them to what they are saying, that this they should have provided you with the name. I want to check with you, EM, because during COVID, a lot of things happened. People were working at home and so on and so forth. Is this thing of increasing and decreasing the telephone limit, was it informed because did it happen during COVID, or is something that it needed investigation? It was there even before COVID, because I think during COVID, a lot of things changed. People are working at home. Maybe you will increase this one's phone allowance. This one will decrease because it's no longer at the office. It's working at home and so on. I want to understand where did this thing start? Did it start there at COVID, or it was just something that it's a misconduct that need a serious investigation and so on and so forth? Thanks.
Osana lengwe. EM.
Thank you very much. I think the matter started in 2021 after the policy has been reviewed, but I must also indicate that indeed internal audit made verification, which then proved that there were people who have been receiving have been receiving telephone allowances which were not in accordance to the policy, and that has since been reversed. And in terms of the report from the Financial Misconduct Board, I must indicate that before the end of the financial year, but I cannot give the exact date, as you are aware that the Financial Board, I will not speak for them, but they should then provide that report before the end of the financial year. Thank you very much.
Ra leboha EM le ge di investigations se di le busy mo gore ska ya ba recurring issue. Let the set limits, aba set the limit tša gore ka kua go berekega, even though investigations di sa le busy. Ska ko tša ile gore go santse go na le tšwelopele mo la ile gore the investigations di busy. Next question. Councillor Mutola.
You see why I'm saying Chairperson? The very same thing that you are saying, it was asked to say currently what are you doing? The limits, did you stop them? And so yes, yes, no problem. That's why I'm saying my worry is I don't want the Chairperson to work with you. You get my point, what I'm saying? Because the Chairperson now continue to respond. No, and you see the two people I mentioned also.
Councillor Mutola. Ke kwishisha taba ete ke nyaka gore re tšwele pele. Councillor Mutola is the very same person wo e leng gore o fa EM dikarabo. Nna ke a re papa. So let's stop that. Ba arabile ga botse wena o tla leletša dikarabo mola nna ke re papa gore we continue. So next question. A ke re tlabe ke roaring in next time re se ke ra khumana the very same phoso. Ya kwagala ke re. Jwale ka o reng next question o ara o botsisha mang?
Thanks,
Councillor Miss of Councillor Mloto, who gave an apology, or all right?
Yeah, we're still on 13, Chairperson. Fire and rescue management. The department is not complying with the required standards by assigning less than the requirement, which might have negative impact and less responsive during incidents. The report further highlights that there is an element of some employees abusing sick leave and family responsibility. What are the risks of the municipality deploying less officials to respond to incidents? What action has been taken against those who found abusing the sick leave and family responsibility days in the institution? When will the recruitment process of the fire and rescue management unit be finalized? Thank you.
EM. Thank you, Councillor Piedi Kokwele. EM.
Well, there are serious risks, if I may, to firstly answer for the first questions, wherein the councillor asked what are the risks of municipality deploying less official to respond to incident, and those risks include that the response to fire incidents will not be efficient, effective, and may lead to possible lawsuit, exhaustion and fatigue of staff, which may result in unwanted accidents, injury on duty, and also loss of life and property. There are serious risks there, we are agreeing. And in terms of responding to question 2, and which Mpac asked to say, as a result of that, there has been those employees who are abusing abusing leave. We are indicating that the department will make an inquiry to establish if there is abuse of sick leave in order to determine contributing factors, and that consequence management will be applied to those who found to have contravened the policy. And we are also indicating that we will ensure that we fast track the filling of vacant position in that department. We're anticipating that the process of recruitment will be finalized in the first quarter of 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Any follow-up? Councillor Pedi.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is just to maybe try to understand as to, because on B, it says the department will make an inquiry to establish if there is an abuse of sick leave. We want to maybe understand there as to what did the department do after having been aware of that audit query. And my other question is, was the department not aware? Because Chair, we need to be very honest. It cannot be that we must wait for an audit query to find where people are abusing sick leaves. Maybe only every Friday, matalatli miracle. Le Monday atli miracle, something is every Monday every Friday matala, something is not right. So we want to check with the department as to or find out did they have to wait for the audit query now. Thanks.
Siwe Councillor Mutola ona lengwe. Wa message. Or
How big message? No, big message. That's a great when now. Let's check on the action plan. The reason why we are worried of this thing, the action plan has got 3 issues there, if I'm not mistaken. The first one says what the internal audit is saying. It said the management should ensure that compliance is ensured, that the minimum capacity that is required per incident is assigned to respond to incidents. Number 2 says consequence management to be applied to those who have a trend of abusing sick leave and family responsibility. Number 3 speaks of filling of vacant and critical positions. When you check your progress there, your progress only speaks of the vacancy are out on advert closing on the 24th of March 2023. Your progress is responding to only number 3, if maybe I'm reading proper. It doesn't speak of the consequence management, what they're going to do. That's why we even asked, even on the question, on the questions as Mpac. And again, I can see on the issue of consequence management, also you are running away from it. It's not us who asked about it. I'm reading on the internal audit action plan that they've written to you, and you didn't respond to the how you are going to deal with the issue of consequence management. Lampona chairperson mo logic develop.
Ke di bona. Akere
no
Tswela pe.
I was going to check out la di bona sura ke ra re la di tsebe ke na ra la di bona.
In which or ke khumule akira ke nya ku repeat ntwe la ka consequence management akanya ku repeat ka spade o rai ai ga line tobel.
Well, thank you very much. I think we have answered to the questions as asked by councillors. The first one, we have indicated that we will make an inquiry to establish if there is abuse of sick leave indeed. And upon establishing an inquiry, that's when issues, if there are people who are found to have indeed abused the sick leave, that's when then we'll speak of consequence management as guided by the policies of municipalities. But equally, Councillor raised there to say after this matter was raised by internal audit, what is it that you've done? I must also indicate that at the management level, the process have started, particularly the process of checking the management of leave, and the first report has been presented to the management. What we will also do at our level, because some of the issues are operational, at the level of the mayoral committee, we'll just also request that the MM must then also brief the mayoral committee as far as this matter is concerned. But something has been done, Councillor Mutola, to respond to this. Already, as I've indicated, the first report served, which we might not have the details of that particular report, but indeed there is progress in that regard. In terms of recruitment processes, capturing has been done, and I think very soon shortlisting should also be done, but we're indicating by the first quarter of the financial year, we'll be ensuring that all the positions are then filled. Thank you so much.
EM. Let's go to the next question, which is number, is it 14?
Yeah, question 14.
Councillor Miss.
It's for inadequate maintenance of the supporting facilities, backup generator, air conditioner, fire extinguishers, detectors, and fire suppression systems. The department failed to adequately maintain the support facilities. This non-maintenance disrupted the district Mpac forum meeting held on the 9 May 2023 and Mpac meeting on the 15 May 2023, while the committee was hosting Dr. J.S. Moroka local municipality, where the generator failed to kick in during the load shedding, and as a result of that, the meetings were adjourned. If indeed the service provider was appointed on the 6th October 2022 to service these support facilities, why are we still experiencing the challenges of the backup generator failing to kick in?
EM. Tabona ye Councillor Mutola ka sebolele ka udia le EM.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the questions as raised by Councillor Hamese. We firstly, let's apologize that the meeting of Mpac on that day was disrupted, and also in the presence of our guests, not reflecting very well and very good on us as the district municipality, while we continuously indicate that we are the home of excellence. So those type of things then tarnishes the name of the district. We sincerely apologize to Mpac for that particular incident which happened, and we are hoping that the incident will not happen again. But going back to answer the question, the generators are supposed to be serviced once a month after every 100 hours and once a year for major services. The service provider is assigned to ensure that the service requirement of the generators are met as stipulated. However, the internal team responsible for generators have been relying on the service provider to use his software to determine if the generator needs services or not, which led to the sad experience of the 15th May 2023, as the generator reached the required hours before he was invited to come and check. Hence, it stopped as it is programmed to automatically stop when it reaches 100 hours to avoid damages. To ensure that we do not have such experiences again, the service provider has assisted the team to manually work out when will the generator reach another 100 hours for services. I think that has been the cause, and unfortunately we have learned the hard way, and the most important meeting of council was disrupted. So we'll ensure that this incident never happens again. And we do apologize. Thank you.
Any follow-up? Councillor Mutula, Councillor Piedi. Okay.
We really welcome the apology, but it was not only on that day when the generator could not pick up. Those who are full-time in these offices, I think they'll agree with me that most of the times when the generator will go, when there was the load shedding, it was taking time for the generator to pick up and so on and so forth. So I'm just trying to say to you, EM, that it was not only on the 15th when we were hosting the JS Morocco. So now what I want to know, if you can update us as to when last, since Wiley is saying he's going to make sure where the service provider speaks of, when last did he come and service the generator after the 15th of May?
Can I then refer this one to executive manager to, oh, my apologies, there's still.
Okay, no, thanks. I'm tempted to agree with you, Chairperson, when you say Councillor Mutula is working with the EM. Because now he just provided an answer to the EM on my follow-up question. But now...
Usually,
okay, mine is on the issue of checking on the impact that the issue has caused on the operation of the municipality as a whole. I want to check with the executive mayor what the impact the matter has caused to the municipality, its operation. Thanks.
Thank you very much for proper details. Can I allow Executive Manager Murifi to respond on the first question, which has been raised by Councillor Mutula, when last was the generator maintained and when is it going to be maintained again? But also the impact of us not having a backup generator, obviously, it's huge because we are using technology, the lighting system. It will affect us negatively as an institution, clearly. Hence, we must ensure that at all times we have a backup. Thank you.
Is it all? Oh, Mr. Murifi. Let's rank executive manager Murifi now is Mr. Murifi.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and once again, greetings to your honorable selves. We might not have an exact date, but what I know is that we had a service provider who came here, especially for this one, for the one Mpac to service the, but it's actually after this date that is mentioned here, the 15th of May, because colleagues should remember that in terms of our submission, we are saying that they are supposed to be serviced once a month after every 100 hours, whichever comes first. Now, I can, they are now failing to cope with the load that it's supposed to cope, but we are confident to submit that major services has been done. We might not have the exact dates, but I can confirm that since after the 15th of May, services has been done to all generators, and also all right, yeah, I think, yeah, this
100 hours according to Kamkoyana or no, it did that because it reached 100 hours. If you can assist me and confirm on that one. Now, Ndatumrif, there are problems of plugs in this building. We are told Neneng will want documents will put plugs are not working. Are you aware of it? Even yesterday, plugs were not working. You could see people going from up and down and so on and so forth. And it's not an issue that it happened yesterday. Most of the time, you will come, will told plugs are not working. And if plugs are not working, it means people who are in the building, they cannot do their work. I want to know what is are you aware of the issue of plugs and what is causing that and what are you doing? Thanks.
Laraba, Executive Manager.
All right, thank you so much, and we also appreciate the comments raised. It's the matter that I will have to check, investigate at my disposal. I know as problems comes, we basically attend to them as to we have a term contractor that is servicing the building, but then I did not at my disposal receive any complaint on that, but it's the matter that I'm saying that I can check on it, investigate on it. And also on the first question, because I started from the last ones, confirm the 100 hours. Yes, the report that we had from the service provider is that the generators have basically, within a period of less than a month, they are actually exceeding that those hours that they were initially anticipating them to last for a longer time other than a month. So thank you so much.
Follow up, please.
Councillor Mutulla, Councillor MMC Linyaka Pubulela. So, ukari MMC banyaka wa sister before the yakol.
I'm doing a follow up. I'm not going far.
When now yakol skis, ukari khane ba sister before it tlhaga.
O tlhaga engara ona ntwe tlhaga na.
Chance. Wana Councillor Mutulla Munai.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we must acknowledge and appreciate the fact that load shedding was never part of our plans as families, as municipalities, and as government in its own totality. And the rapid manner in which it has actually occurred in the previous months has actually had a negative impact towards almost everything that we utilize as organizations. Once it goes out, it has potential to damage some of the properties that we have, your electrical network system, your computers, and quite a number of things likewise. And this is one thing which, of course, will remain the impact of load shedding, something that we never planned for. But I take it that Mpac will appreciate the fact that management is at pains to make sure that it deals with the impact of this very same situation that we are finding ourselves in. And that is why when the executive mayor passed or was actually presenting the budget, which of course we agreed to, all of us as councillors, we made provision for this very same situation that which of course we find ourselves in, so that we can necessary intervention at a given time, from time to time in one or the other. On that note, I take it that we may have questions and queries, but this is the situation that which of course we must appreciate and deal with it from time to time. Thank you.
Councillor Mutul.
The chair, the executive manager says he has never received a complaint of plugs not working in this building. If I quote him correct, no one reported to you that plugs are not working. You've never gotten that information, right? Of plugs not working. I want us to confirm if you have never received, just confirm again that I've never received any complaint. We've got a term contractor. I want you to repeat that statement. We've got a term contractor. I've never received, no employees told you that plugs are not working. Because I'm raising this mainly because if plugs are not working, people are not going to be able to plug their computers and do their work, are not going to be able to print whatever that they have to print. So I just wanted to check with you if whether indeed this thing, it has ever came to you. If it has never came to you, it means it's not happening in this building. We'll take it like that it's not happening. There is no issue with the plugs in this building. Thanks, Chairperson.
Councillor Mutulla. MMC Maso.
Chairperson, I take it that we have certain protocols that we follow in our workings in this institution. We have got manager maintenance, ops manager, and in many instances, when there are issues that relates to maintenance, they will definitely be addressed at that level. If Mr. Murifi, on his own as an individual executive manager, did not really receive such information, it shouldn't be a train smash. It means that those that are operational in their own, in the nature of their work, are actually doing their work of ensuring that matters are not escalated to a level where they are not supposed to. And I take by the operation managers and further take this matter just for the executive manager to liaise with those that are actually working under him, so as to ensure that as much as they do their work at that level, they are as well able to escalate issues to the level where Mpac can then be able to have comfort in one or the other. Thank you.
Chair.
Councillor Mutulla.
Maybe the MMC doesn't understand why I'm raising this thing. I'm not raising it as if it's something just happened once. There is a continuous problem of plugs in this building, and it has got implications. And in the other hand, we have got a term contractor. So it's not like something that just happened. I understand it can happen, like the generator on the 15th could not pick up. I understand that one. But the issue of plugs that I'm talking about, it's not something that just happened once. It continuously happened in this building. And it has got implication that people will fail to work. And we are agreeing, all of us here, that we've got a term contract. So why can't we detect where lies the problem with the plugs in this building? Then if what I'm saying that there is an issue of plugs, it's a lie. Let me be told that that thing doesn't exist. Then I'll withdraw it.
I think the honourable member is actually taking this matter to another level. I personally have seen in some instances, particularly in the southern wing? Yeah, the southern wing, the side wherein the speaker is actually located. His office is actually located. But own operational managers to deal with such matters as a matter of agency. There is no need for you to withdraw that statement. All what you may do is to put up an emphasis that we should look into that matter as council. or rather as management. And management will definitely look into that and ensure that such kind of situation are not actually repeating themselves day in, day out. I think if we leave it at that level, we shall have actually dealt with it in a good manner. Thank you.
Councillor Mutulu.
Yeah. So we are agreeing with the MMC. We are agreeing that we leave it in that manner, that the issue of plugs is going to be given attention in this building. Well, we are agreeing in that way. Okay. So the issue, Chair, the issue of the plugs is going to be given attention so that we detect where lies the problem and then it's sorted out, because we could not get some of the document that we're supposed to get, mainly because we're told the plugs are not working. So now I'm registering it to say, let's go generally and look into it at the building and try to detect the problem and fix it. Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks,
Councillor Mutulu. Shall we go to the next question? Councillor Mutulu, ngeke no rubutshe ja ulatela.
No, thanks for the opportunity you have given me, Chairperson. Oversight respect. Some of the rules and responsibility of Mpac is to review and recommend to council actions or otherwise relating to the expediting and conclusion of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Section 32 of MFMA. Examine appropriate investigation reports undertaken by others, such as internal audit or forensic reports. Seek clarity from the accounting officer and recommend to council further actions or write-offs. Question is, why did the executives and administration fail to comply with the legislation for not referring Section 32 reports of MFMA to the committee?
EM. Read the question, the last but one.
Well, I think the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure report was submitted to Mpac on quarterly basis through the finance report. But we are agreeing that perhaps in future this item needs to be separated and also needs to be separated, and Mpac needs to get this report as a separate report. Thank you.
Councillor Mabote, follow up.
Thank you very much. Let me check with the executive mayor if she indeed believing that this in future must be separated and that we have received this fruitless expenditure, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless expenditure, and we did not see it as Mpac. And then if indeed they have sent it with a Section 71 report or the finance report, let them tell us that when did they send it. I guess they still have the emails. When did they send that? Because right through quarterly this unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Financial misconduct board. So marara se bone. So our bujor can it believe and travel along.
Okay, thank you. The CFO has reported to Mpac in January, particularly on this report, on the report of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and also wasteful expenditure. He is here, he can also confirm. In January he reported about that matter, but perhaps we must indicate that upon him receiving the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful report, the CFO, then he will then advise the municipal manager in writing, and the municipal manager will also then inform Mpac of this report. Thank you.
Councillor Mutulu, Councillor.
No, mine is simple, Chairperson. I want to check if council did refer these things that we're talking about. Did council refer them to MPEC?
Which January? Which January or nay? It's not your fit. Councillor Mabot.
Yeah, the executive mayor is saying January. I want the CFO to confirm that indeed in January we have received as Mpac the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Because I remember in one council, Councillor Motola saying that we need a Mpac or a revocation budget because we have to scrutinize the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Since then, we never received this. Akitsibor is because of budget, because we have to authorize them or what. Mara, they are going to a financial misconduct board, not to us as Mpac. Thank you very much. A CFO would confirm or can do with this sheet.
Kasaro, to Shamo CFO.
Thanks, Chairperson. Okay, the report that I'm referring to is the one that I reported in January, the UIF EW register. And then I was also supposed to report on the strategy, but then I reported in March. So they were requested both, but in January, it was only the UIFW register, and then in March, that's when I reported on the strategy. Thanks.
Reporting to
our monthly meetings, Mpac.
Reporting.
Our monthly meetings, Mpac.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ngirinyaka wa ikhumana ga botseta ba e. Ore tle ska dika.
CFO ebila se atati wiche. Ore o presentile register. Asinke arifi report. O presentile register. Or ba register le and I present a strategy come March. Yes. So I confused the CFO.
Yeah, Councillor Mutula. Any response?
We're delaying this thing, and we didn't tell our visitors that there is no lunch. And now it's already at 2 o'clock. Now, no, it's true. We've been, and I'm sorry that it's me that is informing you guys. I'm very sorry. Now, these things that we're talking about, it's simple one. I want an answer. Did the council refer these UIFs and everything?
To Mpac.
And I'm saying this because on the previous councils, there was a MMC standing up here, lobbying that we must write off some of the things and so forth, and council wrote off all those things proper. And I don't remember, that's why I'm asking, I don't remember being referred to council, to Mpac. I remember when we were writing off the litigations and what. Did council ever refer something like this as per the sections 32 of MFMA that says they must be refer? No, leave the speaker. The speaker is here for our guest. He's not here for us. Yeah, don't stress him. Okay. He's here for our guest, yeah.
Now, the speaker at the toilet. Inji jola galena Councillor Mutula.
Okay. We are still on the question, Musa. Okay, can I then request the municipal manager to clarify some of the issues?
Chairperson, thank you so much. I think we do appreciate the the concern, because listening to what Councillor Mabute is saying is that what they have realized is that in particular the issues are channeled to the Financial Misconduct Board, which actually perhaps complicate on how Mpac should then be able to deal with those issues. And in the recent period, from my side, I've actually even engaged with legal to assist in actually giving the understanding and interpretation of what Mpac has, how should actually Mpac handle the issues of UIFW vis-a-vis the role that, as well, on the other hand, has to be played by the Financial Misconduct Board. Because if you look at what the Financial Misconduct Board has to do and what Mpac has to do, in my ordinary view, there is an overlap, which we need to align properly, because the expectation is that if you look at the broader guidelines of Mpac, they are supposed to be dealing with those issues. And when you look at the regulation that established the Financial Misconduct Board, it is expected that in an event there are allegations of financial misconduct, then the Financial Misconduct Board is supposed then to drive the process, investigate, and as the Committee of Council as well, it reports directly to Council. So those are the issues that, in my view, and in the view of the management, there is an overlap that we need to work properly. Perhaps beyond this hearing, we should then be able to also engage with Mpac and also the Financial Misconduct Board, just to make sure that there is a harmonization in terms of those particular roles. Which is why, if you check, in October, there was a report, I think October, November, there was a report from the Financial Misconduct Board that reported on the investigations that were done, and recommendations were made to Council, and the Council has actually adopted those recommendations, and corporate services has been assigned to ensure that the process of consequence management actually rolls out. In February, if I'm correct, February, January, there was another report by the Financial Misconduct Board on further issues relating to the UIFW, which the then Council adopted the recommendations. According to the commitment of the chairperson of the Financial Misconduct Board, by end of June, they would have actually approached Council for reporting and actually recommendations placed before the Council. Now you can see that in the entire equation, the Mpac might look like it is actually short lines, primarily because of those issues which we have noted from the side of the management, and we believe that through the legal services, we should then put a proper interpretation of that particular regulation that established Financial Misconduct Board, and outlining its activities, and on the other hand, having Mpac, also bestowed with the responsibility of actually looking into issues of UIFW. So I thought, Chair, through you, I should actually put across this particular matter, which actually warrants that it be inspected and then it be resolved properly, so that both Mpac and the Financial Misconduct Board, as council committees, their operations are actually harmonized and complement one another, rather than the other committees seem to be relegating the other one of its responsibilities. Thank you so much.
Thanks, MPAC members. Councillor Mutulla, Councillor Mabote.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. In simple English, you must tell us, are you going to refer those reports to us or not? That's what we want to know. Because the matter we're raising, it affects the functionality of the MPAC. So now we want you to tell us in simple terms what you just presented now. Are you going to refer the reports to Mpac or not? Thanks.
Councillor Mabote.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ke nagana hore, that one of Councillor Mutulla will come after mine. Ne? What I wanted to check with the MM is that you're saying you're still waiting for proper interpretation by the legal department. Yeah, we'll check out the roles of Mpac and Financial Misconduct Board on the UIF. So can you please withdraw the statement, EM Saore? The UIF were submitted to Mpac on quarterly basis through finance report. And the insulting statement which says, next time we will separate. As if Mpac, you have sent it as a reiboni, you will separate it or reiboni is a financial report. And then Yamutolola will follow. Are you going to refer it to Mpac next time now? Thank you very much.
EM.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the UIF register has been submitted. That is what we are trying to indicate here. But also what I have also indicated earlier on, if members could just then try perhaps to, now I take notes when people speak so that I don't forget what they are saying. I had made a suggestion earlier on to say that upon the CFO receiving a report of unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and where he's advising the municipal manager, and the municipal manager must then further also indicate to the chairperson of Mpac or to Mpac, inform them about those that particular report. I think that will then work for us better in future. But indeed, it was submitted. Whether it's a register, it's a report, because clearly the format of it was a register. It still speaks to the same issues which we're speaking of in terms of Section 32 a report, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and also wasteful expenditure. Whether in a form of register or you want it in a form of report, but the fact of the matter is that the CFO did report about that particular matter, Councillor Mabote. But I'm agreeing that we should find better ways of trying to separate this important report so that Mpac will also be able to then further play their oversight role and also make recommendation to council, particularly about the nature of non-compliance, if there is that non-compliance. But equally, the issue that the MM has also raised, that of trying to be able to clearly separate on the roles of the Municipal Finance Management Board and also the Mpac needs to clearly be clarified in that regard. But for now, I think what will work better is if Mpac receive a report of that nature. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mabote, Councillor Mutul.
Chairperson, EM must not insult us. This is a finding from the audit committee. This issue that we are talking
But
about.
Chair, order.
Saying that.
Chairperson, order.
Chairperson,
Chairperson, order. I've not insulted anyone, and you need to protect me, unless if I don't understand what an insult is. I've not insulted anyone.
Councillor
in the
Mabote,
meeting.
Chairperson.
No,
No. EM is insulting our intelligence.
What did I say?
This is the finding. And EM is saying, indeed, the CFO, EM is saying, indeed, the CFO has submitted the register to Mpac. We are not talking about the register. We are talking about the report, which internal audit committee has a finding on us as Mpac that we did not comply, because we did not scrutinize the UIF report, not a register. How do we scrutinize the register? We must not be insulted. No, we are insulted. We are insulted, Chairperson.
Re ska na maradio reng ba rogile Mpac e le go jwalo re to air is human. Councillor Mabote o lokile re letla Councillor Motolla.
Thank you very much. Let me read the audit finding. We recommend that during the audit, we noted that Mpac does perform most of the function as documented above, except the following. Then, now I'm going to the root cause. Information not made available by management to the committee. I'm going to the risk, impact, and effect. Issue that should be brought to the attention of council may not be reported. Mpac may be seen as ineffective. That is, not playing the oversight role that it is expected to play, e.g., exercise oversight over the executive functionality of council and to ensure good governance within the municipality. I'm going to the recommendation. That the Mpac annual plan, work plan be amended to cater for all functions of the Mpac as said by National Treasury, that the accounting officer be engaged in limitation of imposing committees as a result of the information being made. Management comments. You must listen to what management is saying. Management acknowledged the findings. However, Mpac could not perform this function due to the following. There has never been any referral of the said UIFW expenditure to the committee for consideration. 2. Management is refusing to make available the investigation report to the committee. 3. Section 71 reports are only made once a quarter. Now, I'm going to the last on the conclusion, internal audit conclusion. Management comments are noted and follow-up will be conducted to verify the implementation of the recommendation or remedial action. Now, I asked a simple question, Chairperson. I said, are you going to give us or not?
MMC,
thank you, Chairperson. I think the executive mayor has actually responded adequately to this question by saying that these reports will be provided to Mpac. She said it loud and clear. And the only thing that members might not be happy with is about the separation. And the executive mayor said it loud and clear, which means that part of the recommendations that she's actually saying, or rather the response that she has said, is that Mpac will be favored with almost everything that is actually part and parcel of their job description. And let's close it at that level. Unless if ever I'm lying, but the executive mayor has the right to say, you misinterpreted me or you had me out of context. Thank you.
So Chair, Now, Chairperson, from now on, what I'm hearing, from now on, these UIFWs are going to be referred to Mpac. Chairperson?
Unyaka nna ke re eng?
Hey, banna.
Ama pele councillor Muthulo unyaka nna ke re eng o to ore wena o ba arabelang?
But that is what I'm
Ba
saying.
tlo araba.
Chairperson,
Chairperson, sometimes we are not members of Mpac, but we may have the right to be listened to a certain extent. So that, isn't it that we are coming here to respond to issues? And once we respond, whoever is actually asking a question, once we have responded, there is no reason for him to continuously say, so are we going to receive that? Even though the executive mayor said it loud and clear. What answer must he provide? That no, I will not provide, unless if ever you'll be happy with that. But for now, the executive mayor said the matters as requested will be provided. And that's where we are. And we close that at level.
Nna ke nyaka gore e fithe mafelong on the Mpac side.
No.
Before e ka ba re ka re ra e tswalela councillor Mabote.
No.
It's fine. It's fine. Councillor Muthulo Tata after night, it's fine. Chairperson, MMC, a ke tshepa gore na le kamara a public hearing le rena, na le kara mayoral committee for sure. That is why yena a nyokolokela mantswe ka ra molomo wa executive mayor. Executive mayor said clearly whether it's in a form of attendant register or what, tabakuri it has been submitted. We accept when the MMC is saying the report will be referred to Mpac, but we are still saying we are insulted intelligently so. People must not come here and say something that is not there. Thank you very much. I say MMC, I say mayoral committee, ke public hearing. Everybody tell it.
Well, thank you very much. If I just want to close the matter, but I've said it and I'm still saying it, to say whether it was in a form of a report or a register. My apology. The fact of the matter is that it has been reported. It might not be reported in a way that Mpac wanted it to be reported in a form of report, but the CFO has reported UIF to members of Mpac. That's what I want to emphasize. And I'm not going to withdraw for saying that. And this is not an insult to any other person. Perhaps we might not understand things in the same way. And we must not attach emotions to whatever that we are saying, because I've not insulted any other member of Mpac. I'm saying, and I'm still saying, it has been reported to Mpac. Perhaps it has not been reported to Mpac in the form that Mpac wanted it to be reported. And also, as it is reported to Mpac, Mpac also have a right to say, we are seeing this. What is the process of us investigating it? And hence, I'm saying here, perhaps the better way of doing it now is a separate report to Mpac directly without Mpac's request. Upon the CFO receiver that there have been cases of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, the CFO must then further, as and when he writes to the municipal manager, also write to Mpac. That way, it will then work better for us. But I'm still saying to administration, let us go check so that we don't reinvent the wheel. Let us go check to say, how best can we do it also, also because you also on the same hand have the Municipal Finance Misconduct Board, which also still does the same. But also, Mpac also have the responsibility to try and investigate upon them also the UIF. So management must just get better ways of doing it, but they must also then ensure that they report to them also. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mabote. Councillor Mabote. Councillor Mutulla. Oh, Councillor Mutulla, Councillor Mabote. Nari sokeleng o ya mafelelo.
No. Re boletse ka lotse tja di eng di.
Ke tshaba ona re tlogela mo
Ah,
di
ona
bua ka
ntse re
mahala.
re soka eng
Tsena nkara yo.
Re le kgaola lotse ao. Eish. Tja ka tse di wato ja o se. Please. Now, the reason why, Chairperson, we are very strong on this thing, there is a finding on Mpac. That's why maybe we're spending time on it. And we just need an assurance to say the recommendation that I hear from the audit are going to be processed as such. And for them to be processed as such is that what need to be referred to Mpac need to be referred to Mpac. Simple as that. That's what we're saying. There is an audit finding. We're saying there are recommendations. We're saying what was not done right, can it be done right according to the recommendation? Simple as that. Thanks.
Councillor Mabote.
Chairperson, we cannot just sit here as Mpac and ratara accountela a finding a failure of somebody and ignorance. We cannot. We are Mpac and so if somebody has failed or rubile ignorant, then atakamata boya shupa Mpac kamunwana ari rumeche aselebon. We cannot just fold our arms and radula Mpac rarawa no obulechi o mongo mogolo then we put a matsore level. We are not going to be failures. We need that referral and then we need to scrutinize that report. Thank you very much.
Ralebuwa Councillor Mabote, does that adi referlo to Mpac or Mpac e khono berekana le tsona iska bona la ukare Mpac ya fail. The last question. Question number 16. Overall performance management. In terms of the Municipal Systems Act number 32 of 2000 and regulations, section 41 subsection 1D, the municipal manager, what steps have you taken to improve performance with regard to priorities and objectives where targets were not met? EM.
Thank you very much. I think the question is directed to the municipal manager. MM.
All right, thank you so much, Executive Mayor and the Chairperson. The response is as follows. The accounting officer ensures that there is continuous monitoring of targets which are not met through monthly management meetings to ensure acceleration of implementation. Thank you so much.
Any follow-up? Silence means consent or content of the very same issue. We have exhausted our questions. Shall we go back to our today's agenda? The next item supposed to be announcements, but because we have got visitors, shall we have exhausted all our questions. Thank you very much. The executives to be with us today. We shall have an item of knowledge sharing session because we have got visitors in a matter of how many minutes, Melina? It won't be long to take them through. Ke kgale re dutse ba re botsišane mo rena re ka dia jwang re ka ba le 2 minutes ya o no tlolla maoto a sa plaka, and then o tlo take us through the knowledge sharing session nyane for baeng ba rena, and then ra ba le announcement le closure. Re tshaba o tswalela batho ka goreng batho ba dijo tša rena di tlo dia fruitless expenditure because ba badile ba bone gore batho ba gona ka mo ba dira dijo. Re fitlhile mafelelong we have exhausted all our questions. That's why I make mention of that. Or re fitlhile mafelelong mara a se re tswalele shiu. A se re tswalele a ke tshaba o tswalela knowledge and sharing session. Because batho ba tlo dira people are here to benchmark, so re ka se tswalele the sharing session e ka montle. Maybe let me check first. Ska dia gore batho ba tsamaye ka moka tlala ke kgale ba dutse. Rabo ya gore ke kgona go release batho. A se tshudi fitlhe. Taba ke gore dijo a se tshudi fitlhe le tla nna le tlhola le tle le kreetsa go ja. Le tšere nako e telele ka mo meeting.